This program is brought to you by cable franchise fees and generous donations from viewers like you.
Good evening. It's May 24th, 2021, and this is a meeting of the Town Council. I'm going to go through opening the meeting, and then we'll immediately be going to the hearing. Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law allows us to hold this virtual Town Council meeting. Given that there's a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the May 24th, 2021 meeting to order at 6:31 p.m. I'll call upon each counselor. Please verify you can hear us and we can hear you, and then remute your mic. Shalini Ballmelton.
Present.
Alyssa Brewer.
Present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Darcy Dumont.
Here.
Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Present.
Dorothy Pam.
Present.
Evan Ross.
Present.
George Ryan.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
Present.
Steve Schreiber.
Present.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Sarah Schwartz.
Present.
Thank you. We're going to immediately move to announcements, which will be shown on the board. And I want to particularly call attention to the May 27th, 2021, 5:30 special meeting of the Town Council and Finance Committee with the Community Safety Working Group for the purposes of looking at the social services line item for community responders. On June 7th at 6:30, we have the public forum on the Capital Improvement Program. You can see the list of other committee meetings on there. And to just remind you, Race Amity Day is June 13th at 4:00. And that will be a virtual ceremony. And you can look at it on the web, or you can see the connection on the website of the town. And Juneteenth is Saturday, June 19th. And there'll be events throughout Amherst and throughout the day. Please note, there are 3 opportunities for public comment tonight. The first is regarding the North Common. The second is a general public comment. And the third is after the presentation and the counselor question and dialogue with the Community Safety Working Group. We will go on then to the hearing. This public hearing is on parking regulations. Changes related to the North Common. Let me just give you a little background. The plans for the North Common were brought forth to the select board prior to the seating of the town council. Feeling it was too close to the transition in government, the select board did not act. These plans were then officially introduced to the town council on November 16th, 2020. They were referred to the Town Services and Outreach Committee. Joint meetings between the committee and the full council were held on December 17th, 2020 and January 18th, 2021, and discussed at other meetings. This was brought back to the council, who voted on March 22nd, 2021 to approve Plan 3B as shown with no modifications. However, right after that, it was brought to the council that based on our public way policy, we needed to hold a hearing. And that brings us to tonight. Notice of this hearing was on the town's bulletin board and in the Hampshire Gazette on May 10th and 17th, on the bulletin board on May 6th. In addition, a section including, notice was mailed to abutters on May 5th, 2021. In addition, a section including the 2 options and an opportunity to ask questions and make comments were included on the town's website, www.engageamherst.org. We will start with a brief presentation by Dave Zomack and Guilford Mooring, and then we'll go to public questions and comments, both in favor and in opposition. And finally, we will take this up as a vote later, at which point councilors may have additional questions they want to ask as well. So David, please go ahead.
Sure, thank you, Lynn. You stole a little of my thunder there, but I think I've got some material to work with. So thank you very much. As Lynn indicated, there's been an extensive planning process leading up to this evening's discussion. I would refer those listening at home to the town website, and particularly the Engage. We do now have a page up specifically on the North Common project. And there's more information, of course, on the town council website from previous meetings and the TSO site as well. As Lynn indicated some months ago, TSO and the town council discussed in some detail the plans. For those new to this project, or to refresh your memories at home, we landed the town council and with various input from the community and from staff, ended up on Plan 2, the revised plans. And if necessary later in the hearing, we can pull these up. Athena, I'm sure, can pull up Plan 2. We called this Plan 2 revised, or Plan 3B. And again, those are available on the website. Those discussions were lengthy, and they were supported by drawings developed by the engineering department at DPW with input from the planning department. In addition, there were two memos, one from the superintendent of public works, who's with us tonight, Guilford Mooring, to the town manager dated March 16th, and then one from the manager to the town council dated March 17th. And those summarized a number of the features of both of those plans with specific emphasis, excuse me, on parking and the changes proposed in parking. If I could, I just wanted to quickly go through, and I'm referencing the March 16th memo from Mr. Mooring to the town manager. And if I could quickly go through some of the major differences between the two plans and some of the similarities. And I'll go quickly through this because I know the town council has spent a great deal of time on this. But in terms of the plans themselves on South Pleasant Street, the plans are quite similar. The main feature is that they close the entrance to Main Street from South Pleasant Street. On Main Street, the major difference is in Plan 3B, and that adds 7 angled parking spaces on Main Street. And I'm sure we're going to be talking about those later. So that's the Main Street side. The Main Street parking lot, there is a significant difference between the two plans. In Plan 2, the lot is reduced to a total of 22 spaces. In Plan 3B, that plan removes the entire parking lot. And then on Boltwood Avenue, both plans strongly encourage and design for one-way traffic from north to south. And then both plans, both 2 modified and 3B, both plans add 8 parking spaces along the west side of the street. In total, the parking summary, well, I think I'll hold on the parking summary till later, but in total, we go from a total of 43 spaces to kind of that's the do nothing plan. Plan 2 modified, there's a reduction to 38 spaces in total. And then in Plan 3B modified, there's 27 spaces total. And by total, I mean those both on the North Common, on Main Street, or on Boltwood. So as Lynn mentioned, on March 22nd, the council did vote to move forward to proceed with Plan 3B, which eliminated all of the parking on the common itself, added the 7 spaces on Main Street, added the 8 spaces on Boltwood, and added the 7 spaces on Main Street, which were back-in parking. So I think I will stop there unless Mr. Mooring would like to add anything else. I believe he is with us here tonight.
Guilford?
No, I think Mr. Zomack covered everything.
Then I'm going to ask for public comment. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak about either of the plans in opposition or in favor of. Sam McLeod, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Sam McLeod, Southeast Street, Amherst. I also have to disclose I'm on the Community Preservation Act Committee, and we did authorize funding for North Common. And my comment just relates in general to parking. I want to thank Guilford, Dave, and the various folks who were involved in generating different planning for their efforts and looking at the parking carefully in response to comments from many folks. I think they did a great job of delineating what the choices were. The committee did vote in favor, 9-0 for funding. There were some differences raised regarding the options for parking. I understand based on the recent vote from the council that it's pretty likely that the positions of the councilors have been determined. But going forward, I want to reiterate my concerns about the importance of parking in downtown for Amherst in general. There's no question, having lived in this town for quite a long time, central parking is an issue. We're living in a dormant time right now with the university and everybody on COVID, but it will come back. And I thought it was 19 spaces that are being removed, 34 minus 7 minus plus 7 plus 8, but it may be 16. But it's going to have an impact when we're in crunch times. That's 16 to 20 more vehicles circling the common all the time. So after this long preamble, my comment is this. I'd like for the council representatives in the future, or even as they look at plans here, to consider the need for parking options. We know the business community is very much concerned about this. And so assuming we go forward with Plan 3B, parking garage, parking garage, parking garage. I know it's on the agenda to look at different options. It's going to raise its head in the future. Keep it in the back of your mind. And thank you to Guilford and others who have been looking at parking options very diligently. That's my comment. I'm in favor of a long-term parking garage. We need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. We appreciate your showing up tonight and providing comment. Are there other people who would like to provide public comment with regard to the North Common renovation and changes in parking? I'm going to give it a minute or so. Michael Childs, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, my name's Michael Childs. I live at 45 Oak Knoll. I think that's District 2.
Yes, it is.
I wrote a letter yesterday, and it's too long to read, but I've tried to abbreviate my comments. I'm sorry if I sound, I don't know, on point. I've been in court half the day, so I feel like I'm just giving testimony. I do not see how the council can proceed with Plan 3B without first ensuring that this town has adequate parking after Plan 3B takes effect. The only plan I have heard about additional parking is that one day the town may build a parking garage behind CVS. As yet, that's just talk. No one has committed money to that plan. If you intend to address a parking garage after there are acute parking problems in this town, and then build a new garage to taxpayers, you will outrage the town. We need the parking spaces that are part of the current North Commons parking lot for the foreseeable future, especially post-pandemic. And in any event, you should first plan additional parking before you remove current spaces. Please consider the following. You have voted to build a new library, and that project alone will tear up the center of town and definitely reduce parking. The North Commons 3B design will eliminate all parking for a period of time and then permanently decrease the number of spaces. The North Commons lot is the busiest lot in our town and is often full, especially on weekend evenings and days when the farmers market or other events are held on the common. The money to redesign the North Commons lot does not need to be spent this year. It can be applied in future years once alternative parking is in place. The 3B redesign is poorly conceived in several respects, especially the 7 back-in angled parking spots with 2-hour limits. Please explain how elderly citizens and others will be able to back into a spot on busy Main Street near the main intersection of this town. Neither the council nor the BID made any statement on March 22nd regarding the impact of Plan 3B on the Saturday farmers market that occurs 9 months of the year. There are other events that take place on the commons that attract a crowd as well. Where are they going to go? If you make the farmers market inconvenient to attend, you will kill one of the highlights of living in this town. All of the existing 34 spaces have 4-hour limits, and only 6 of the new spaces will have a 4-hour limit, with the remainder limited to 2 hours. How does the council propose attracting citizens and visitors to a prolonged experience in the center of town, often involving a movie, dinner, and a coffee? Your vote on March 22nd appeared to disregard your own consultant's study, the Nelson Nygaard study, that noted near capacity parking in the North Commons at 7 p.m. on 2 nights per week when they surveyed the site. Major stakeholders in the area, the Grace Episcopal Church, the Amherst Cinema, voiced their concerns about Plan 3B, but the council did not appear to consider those concerns. The BID director stated clearly that the majority of businesses around the common were in favor of preserving some parking. There are many reasons to postpone a renovation of the North Commons, but the most important is that you do not yet have any funding for replacing lost parking, or even for providing new parking for the many new buildings you are approving. It seems very obvious that the plans for new parking and the funding that will make it happen need to be in place before you start limiting parking further. Plan 3B appears ill-conceived at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Childs, for your comments. Are there other people who would like to comment on the North Common at this time? So I'm going to ask one more time if there are other people who would like to speak regarding the North Common parking at this time. Okay, seeing none, then I'm actually going to close the hearing, and rather than move on to the agenda, since we have both Guilford and David here, I'm actually going to bring up item. I'll find it. Seven. It must be 8. 8, which is the 8B, parking regulations related to the North Common. The hearing is closed. So the counselors, are there any further discussion points that you would like to make at this time? Yes, Mandy Jo Haneke.
Yeah, I was looking at the motion and I was looking at the sheet, the schematics, and the motion indicates that we would be trying to find it, that we would be adding 6 spots to the Boltwood Avenue, but the schematic says 8. The motion says add 6 parallel on-street parking spaces on both sides of Boltwood between Main and Spring, yet the schematics say 8. So I think we might have a disagreement there and need to change the motion.
Okay. And do you want to go ahead at this point, Mandy Jo, and make the motion?
Sure, I can make a motion.
Okay.
I move in accordance with General Bylaw Section 3.14 and Town Council Policy regarding the control and regulation of the public ways, having held a public hearing on May 24th, 2021, notice of which was published on the Town Bulletin Board for not less than 14 days on May 6, 2021, and published in a newspaper of general circulation in the town once in each of 2 weeks, the first publication not less than 14 days before the day of the hearing on May 10 and May 17, 2021, and notice mailed to abutters on May 5, 2021, and having referred the proposed regulations to the Town Services and Outreach Committee for review and recommendation to make the following parking regulation changes related to the North Common. Remove the Main Street parking lot with its existing 34 spaces at $1 per hour with a 4-hour limit and enforced from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Add 7 angled back-in on-street parking spaces on the south side of Main Street west of Boltwood Avenue intersection to be $1 per hour with a 2-hour limit and enforced from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Add 8 parallel on-street parking spaces on the, it's not both sides, it's on the west side of Boltwood Avenue between Main Street and Spring Street to be $1 per hour with a 4-hour limit and enforced from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Add spaces if possible on the east side of South Pleasant Street between Main Street and Spring Street to be $1 per hour with a 2-hour limit and enforced from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second, Ross.
Thank you. Kathy Shane, you have your hand up. Oh, I'm sorry, Mandy Jo, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'd like to hear what Kathy says before I guess I would speak to it.
Okay, Kathy.
Okay. As you know, I voted against this earlier, but I would just like to make sure people in the public and everyone in the council pays attention to the information that we've received following that vote, and really think again about what we're doing here. This lot brings in anywhere from $51,000 to $52,000 per year. It is by far the busiest, and we just got information that thanks to one councilor's request for information, it's another $7,000 in fines. Not that we want to count fines as a terrific source. This almost $60,000 is the type of money that we desperately need in the transportation fund. It is a source of revenue for funding our bus line. The transportation fund revenues are way down, and these meters really matter to the town. It's vital for the downtown businesses. There are lots of studies that talk about the need to have parking very close to where downtown business is for easy access, because otherwise people just go to the mall and walk around. So it's a lifeline for the downtown businesses. And we had 66% saying don't do this. And if you added Grace Church and Amherst Cinema, it would have been nearer to 70% of businesses saying don't remove parking. We don't have an alternative right now. The lot is often full. And one other thing, since we met, I've tried to find out more information on back-in angle parking. It's absolutely true that that is safer than front-in angle parking, but the engineer studies, and I found one over the weekend, when talking about this, say try to do it mainly on non-busy roads. Don't do it on thoroughfares. Don't do it near an intersection, and do it with super wide roads, preferably one-way roads, not two-way roads, and one-way roads that don't have parallel parking on the other side. there were dimensions, and Guilford can probably tell me what the exact dimensions are in what is being proposed, but on the depth of the angle parking, the overlap on the curb, the width of the bike lane, and the width of the road that you needed before it was even safe to put them on. And those were recommended again for non-busy streets. So that's a way that 3B is trying to compensate by grabbing another 7 spaces. But just look at where the bus will be parking. It will be parking right by the light when it has to turn in. That's where we've moved the bus stop up. Then people have to back in. And this is a thoroughfare. The advice is just don't do it there. You may want back in angle parking somewhere else. So I think it's a safety concern. And I would ask if this plan gets voted again, despite all this information, rather than waiting till we have an alternative, I would really ask that we get some outside traffic engineers that have built back in angle thing to really take a look at, can this road, I know Guilford, I'm not saying that you don't know what you're doing, but people have had experiences with these and your do's and don'ts on where to put them. I'm not questioning the back end. That is better than front angled in. So I have no question on that. Then I'm ending there, but we don't have a garage yet. If we get a garage, if and when we get a garage, we don't even know whether it will be available to replace the revenue from the lot we're talking about. So we shouldn't act before we have an alternative. Thank you.
Guilford, I'm sorry, you had your hand up. Was there something else you'd like to add to the motion? Or anything you'd like to say?
Yes, ma'am. The number in the motion is correct. There's only going to be 6 additional spaces on Boltwood, because even though it says 8 on the west side of Boltwood, we lose 2 spaces in front of Town Hall. So there's a total of 6 we're adding, and we're losing 2. It's a total of 6.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the original motion, and that is to add 6 parallel on the street parking spaces on the west side of Boltwood Avenue.
I would ask to, instead of change the number 8, because the west side is adding 8, that we add a sentence that says, and remove 2 parallel parking spaces, on-street parking spaces on the east side of Boltwood Avenue between Main Street and Spring Street.
Okay, I want to make sure the clerk of the council has that motion change.
Mandy, it was add 8 on the west side and remove 2. Sorry, can you repeat that?
East side. It's just clearer that way.
I'm sorry, go ahead again, Mandy Jo.
So it would read, add 8 parallel on-street parking spaces on the west side of Boltwood Avenue between Main Street and Spring Street to be $1 per hour with a 4-hour limit and enforced from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Remove 2 parallel on-street parking spaces on the east side of Boltwood Avenue between Main Street and Spring Street. I think that's all you need.
Guilford, is that consistent with the drawing?
That is consistent with the drawing if you want to break it down like that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mandy Jo made that motion, and Evan, you seconded. Do you accept the changes?
Yes.
Okay. Dorothy, Pam.
If revenue is our only guide, then we're very happy with what we have done down on East Pleasant Street, because that is bringing in lots of revenue. Although we didn't seem to think we needed any revenue or any parking down there. So in order to get revenue, we said, you don't have to park here. So I'm just saying, in defense of what is left of historic Amherst, which is the area around the green, which everyone agrees on is a beautiful area, that we must defend and protect that area. And that means keeping the New England green a green. So when you look at Town Hall, you don't see cars. You see the town, you see the building, you see the green. There will be temporary inconveniences. I have great confidence we will have a parking lot very soon. But I think that we cannot always, revenue has led us to what are the changes further downtown, which many people are very unhappy with. So I don't think revenue should be our only guide for everything we do, because we're behaving in a very inconsistent method on other terms.
Shalini?
I wanted to hear from Guilford about the concern about the back and angle parking that we heard in the email we got from that all of us got today. And I also wanted to make another comment, which is, people, it's sort of related to what Dorothy was saying. People ask for a vision for downtown. And right, if you were to look at the short term, yes, we're losing this parking. But given that we are going to build a parking garage and it will not be with taxpayers' money, and given that we are moving towards a walkable, bikeable, I'm not saying it's right now, but let's say 5 years down the road, we do have a garage, we do have a bikeable, walkable town, will we regret the decision we're making today that we made all that into parking lot, whereas that could have been a green? So as a council, we are trying to create a vision for the kind of town we want that will bring community down, and it's a hard decision, but that's the reasoning that I'm leaning towards Plan 3B.
Lynn, you're muted.
Thank you. You started with a question, and Guilford, it was to address the back end parking. You need to unmute, Guilford.
Oh man, I keep forgetting.
I know.
The way we laid it out, yes, it's not ideal. Ideally, we wouldn't have the bus stop there. But then again, we also need the unloading area for the businesses. So the bus stop and the unloading area kind of go together. We moved the back end parking as far away from the intersection as we could, which is, yes, you shouldn't have it close to an intersection. This road is considered by some to be a main road. It's called Main Street, but we consider College to be a much more busier thoroughfare and a much more used thoroughfare than we do Main Street. So we took all that into consideration, and this is the best compromise we could come up with in this area. If you gave us more parameters, we would do it a little differently. If you gave us less parameters, this is what we would propose. This is the best compromise to keep some parking in there, keep the bus stop in there, keep the loading and unloading area in there, and make everything work. And we're pretty confident it's probably the best. We're confident, we're happy with it, and we like it. So.
Andy?
Well, I guess there are two things in relation to what's been said by others. One is that about the revenue in the lot. If people are going to still park and pay to park, it's going to increase some revenue in other parking places. So we don't know exactly where the displacement will be. We do assume that there will be displacement, but I don't think that it's fair to assume that the entire amount that's been collected in the lot in the best of years is going to just disappear, because a good part of it is going to be placed in just different meters and different pay parking options to the town. So I'm not confident in that figure, that assumption that you should just lose that. The other thing is on the back end parking. I know that some people have reservations. We've talked about it. We've recognized it as a safer option. There are some good videos and others that have shown how it works in other communities. It has worked very effectively, and it's safer because people can put their things in the back of their car from the curb as opposed to the street. And when they pull out, they can see who's coming. Whereas when you back out of a space, you don't have the same visibility. And it's actually, from what I've read, more dangerous for bicycles. And the last thing is that when you back in, it isn't any more difficult than parallel parking, parallel parking is something that exists all over town. And I guess the last thing that I'll say to conclude is that if we're unhappy with the back-end parking, as other communities that have experimented with it and decided against it have found, it's just a matter of reversing it so that you can always reverse the directions of the spaces. So I don't think that that's dispositive of the question that we're making today on the choice of the two options, because it's probably the most easily changeable piece. So, that's
Alyssa, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. And I know everyone watching us here knows that I voted against this proposal at this level, both at TSO and at the previous town council meeting. I just want to add a couple of points. One is that I do feel that we are clearly sending the message that we know better than businesses and Grace Church what their customers want to do than they know. And I find that unfortunate. I hope that we can find a way to express that differently if the vote goes, as I suspect it will, because that's the clear message we're sending now based on the percentages. And I know change is hard, but it's still the message we're sending. I'm also frustrated that history is being thrown around again as a rationale as for historic Amherst, when, let's be real here, people on this council didn't live here when there weren't cars parked there. People in this town, mostly, many of them, didn't live here when there weren't cars parked on that. We're not reversing a bad decision of 10 years ago. We are changing something after several decades. I totally agree that we're moving to a different reality with cars, but this fake idea of it being that this tiny portion of the North Common of our entire large common is, we've somehow done this horrible disservice to history, I find is incredibly histrionic. When it comes to the back-end angled parking here, we also got information, as Kathy looked up information, and we got information from Tracy Zaffian, who's been a really incredibly helpful member of our TAC and talked to TSO about this as well. And assuming I'm going to lose this vote to keep easily accessible parking to town hall and surrounding businesses again, I hope that given the timing of this project, we can figure out a way to simply pilot some back-end angled parking somewhere else in town. Prior to the final installation, the first time people are practicing to do this should not be in those spaces for all the reasons that have been described. Literally set it up in the high school parking lot if you have to, set it up on a different part of town, set it up as a pilot. We can use Engage Amherst, but to say that people will, of course, just figure it out, they'll have newer cars, it'll all be wonderful. I think we do a real disservice to the community. Just say, of course, we're going to pilot. You'll see what it actually looks like somewhere else. And that way people who are nervous about it can go ahead and take that opportunity to practice somewhere else before they're doing the larger stakes parking right there. Because we all know that approving this tonight doesn't mean like it's going to happen in July. So we have some time in parallel to provide people with that kind of parking experience as a pilot. This is not the first place in town we should be using it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments at this time? Darcy?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I was also one of the counselors who didn't vote for this the last time around. I am not going to go into all of my reasons again, but I do want to say that I support what Kathy was saying and also what Alyssa just said, and that I wouldn't be surprised if a majority of us would be willing to amend this to remove the one piece about the back-end parking. So I am not going to put that forward because I'm planning on voting against, but just putting it out there, it seems like it's something that a lot of us agree is not that good an idea, to have back-end parking right in the middle of a high volume town center.
Okay. Any other comments from counselors? Kathy?
Yeah, I just want to, I might not have spoken clearly. I am not saying don't vote for this because of revenue. I'm saying don't vote for this because of the survival of the businesses downtown. And we have green. We actually are a pretty amazing town. The South Commons is huge. We have Switzer Park. We have Kendrick Park. We have more than a lot of other towns and cities, even in Western Massachusetts. Belchertown has a very nice parking lot right in front of their town hall and a big green. I am really worried about the downtown businesses. I don't think we should be risking their health coming out of the COVID pandemic. We already have removed nearby parking because the restaurants are out in the street, which is great. We want people to come downtown, but just really think of what we're doing. This is a very fragile time for businesses. So I've just brought up the revenue because it's also money. But even if this lot was free and we got no money, I think this is a bad decision for our downtown businesses. One drove up my driveway to say, please be eloquent about this. It will kill my business. People don't stay very long downtown. They come, they get a sandwich, and then they leave. Please don't do it. So it was a plea. It wasn't just a maybe yes, maybe no. It was a plea.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments at this time? So the motion has been made and seconded. It did clarify that there are 8 parallel parking spaces on the west side of Boltwood and 6 on the east side. Given that, I'm going to go ahead and proceed with the vote. Alyssa Brewer,
No.
Pat DeAngelis,
No.
Darcy Dumont,
No.
Griesmer is a yes. Haneke,
Yes.
Pam, Dorothy,
Yes.
Evan,
Aye.
George,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
No.
Steve Schreiber,
Aye.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz,
No.
Kalani Ballmeln.
Yes.
The vote remains 8 in favor, 5 in opposition, no abstaining, and no absences. It is now 7:13, so I'm going to go back to the consent agenda and general public comment. And so general public comment is next. Let me remind people that there will be a period when people can comment after the community safety working group has made their report and counselors have had a discussion. And we have already had public comment on the North Common. So I'm looking for any other public comment at this time about other items than those two. Nadine. Please enter the room, state your full name and where you live.
My name is Nadine Mazard and I live in Amherst off East Pleasant Street. So I'm giving you a call. I didn't hear if, did you already talk about with regards to the allocation of funds to the community safety program?
That is actually our next period of public comment, not this.
Okay. But I since I am here, I do want to make sure that I just want to say that I am in agreement and with that community safety program and the agenda items, and that we should, as the town of Amherst, continue to put, money behind action and actually try to make a difference and be one at the forefront of change. So I'll just acknowledge that at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there other general public comment, not about the community safety working group and not about the North Common? Okay, seeing none, then we are going to go on to the consent agenda. If we could have that placed on the board. The following items were selected because they were considered to be routine. If you'd like to remove an item after I make the initial statement, please let me know. I will be seeking a second to the statement as well. The motion is to move the following items and the printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. 6A, lesbian, gay, bi, trans, queer, LGBTQ Pride Month proclamation. 6B, citation and recognition of Mira Seti charity upon receipt of the Gold Award Girl Scout. 11, approval of minutes, May 13th, 2021, special town council meeting minutes. May 17th, 2021, regular town council meeting minutes. May 18th, 2021, special town council meeting minutes. Are there any items that people would like removed? Is there a second?
Second, DeAngelis.
Thank you, Pat. Any further questions? Okay, then I'm going to begin with Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Aye.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Yes.
Kathy Shane. Kathy Shane.
Sorry, I didn't unmute. Yes.
It's a thing tonight. Don't worry. Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shalini Balmilne.
Yes.
Melissa Brewer.
Aye.
It passes 13-0-0 and no absence. So I am going to ask for the two sponsors of the LGBTQ Pride Month proclamation if they would like to have a word with the council and the public and or read part of the proclamation. Evan and Pat.
Go ahead, Evan.
Sure. So I'm proud to once again, for the third year in a row with Councilor DeAngelis, sponsor the LGBTQ Pride Proclamation. This year's proclamation is largely the same as past years, but with two additions. One is an addition that I referenced in my public comment last year, but was not actually in the proclamation, which is recognizing the fact that the reason that we celebrate Pride and the reason we have Pride is because of queer and trans people of color who were on the forefront of the fight for gay and queer liberation, and who are largely responsible for much of the achievements that we've seen. And the second is specifically calling out the need to protect the trans community in the clause about remaining vigilant against continued oppression and discrimination. And I think that's because within the past year, we've seen attacks on the trans community increase. I think 2020 was a record year for homicide of trans folks and especially trans folks of color. 2021 is looking to be another record year, including the recent murder of a transgender activist from Western Massachusetts, Jahara Dialto, in Boston. And on a national stage, we're seeing attack on the ability of trans children to play in youth sports. And so I think it was important for us to specifically call out the need to stand up against oppression of the trans community, and especially trans folks of color. So those are the additions to this year's proclamation. And I look forward to seeing folks at the flag raising on June 1st at 10 a.m. that we can now do in person after doing it virtually last year. Pat?
Pat. She's shaking her head like she has
I
not.
don't really need to speak. Evan was quite eloquent and I'm grateful for his comments.
Thank you, Pat. The other one is a citation. Hold on one second, please. Yeah. The second one is a citation in recognition of Mira Seti Charity upon receipt of the Gold Award Girl Scout. As the sponsor of this citation, and as a former Girl Scout with continuing ties to the Girl Scouts of Central and Western Massachusetts, on behalf of the Town Council, I wish to congratulate Mira on her outstanding achievements and note that she will be honored with the presentation of the Gold Award Girl Scout on Thursday, June 17th, 2021, at the Hanover Theater and Conservatory for the Performing Arts in Worcester. Congratulations, Mira. So we are moving forward. I want to be respectful of the fact that I told Alyssa, I'm sorry, you have your hand up.
The reason I have my hand up is because we have a slightly confusing situation, not at all to take away from the two incredibly important proclamations we just did. But last week we said we were in a hurry and we wouldn't talk about Race Amity Day because Ash Hartwell would speak to us tonight. But it appears that Mr. Hartwell has not been able to join us. And so that's kind of slipped through the cracks that we voted on that last week and didn't get a chance to mention it. So I really appreciate, so if you don't mind, I'll take another minute to do that. And I really appreciate you mentioning the event at the beginning of our meeting. There are two things I always like to point out about our annual Race Amity Day proclamation. One is how important it is when a legislative body decides that there is to be a proclamation, that it continue to follow through each year and that it decide to help everybody understand why it was important to have done that. And I really appreciate, for example, that Evan and Pat have been bringing their newer resolution forward each year and making changes to it as necessary. Race Amity Day is a bit more of a static sort of announcement because it's the basic idea of the principle of oneness of humankind and the rich cultural, ethnic, and racial diversity of its inhabitants. It's a very, very broad and about civility, respect, kindness, and friendship. And so having that follow through. So for example, town meeting could pass a resolution and then maybe we never did anything about it. And so I think that's one of the things we should feel good about that we're trying to do on the council is we're trying to say, okay, and then there's a flag raising and then there's an event and we should all be participating. We're putting it on the town website. I think we're doing a better job of following through on the values we say we espouse through these things. So that was kind of a speech about the generic overall concept, as well as the fact that we, as you indicated, there is an annual celebration, which will be virtual this year because, of course, the planning was done before we knew what was going to be opening up, and that'll be at 4:00 on June 13th. And my apologies to Mr. Hartwell for not doing it as well as he would have, or certainly if Ray Elliott was still with us, and missing him very much. Thank you.
Alyssa, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Dorothy, you have your hand up.
Yes, as a former Girl Scout and daughter of a Girl Scout leader, I don't know what the Gold Girl Scout Award is. Is it something like equivalent to the Eagle Scout for a Boy Scout? Or I just wish you would explain what it is. It sounds very important.
Okay, in the actual resolution, if you'll give me 2 seconds, I will pull it up. It defines that. And we were asked by the Girl Scouts to do this resolution or to do something. I mean, it could have been a simple write a letter, but in the process, we came up with this instead. And I am just getting to my thing because it defines it. The Gold Award Girl Scout is the highest achievement that a girl can earn in Girl Scouting. And in fact, Mira is the first that I know of in Amherst in recent years, but she is certainly the only one this year. In order to earn it, it requires many years of challenge and commitment to service, leadership, career exploration, and a take action project. And in Mira's case, it was the formation of an international student club at her high school to raise awareness about international communities and she organized a school-wide guided discussion about xenophobia and racism and formed a tutoring program for international students to learn English. So it is the highest award that they give, and it has many requirements, and she met one of the most stringent requirements by the formation of the International Student Club. Does that help?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? Okay, then I'm going to ask Athena to begin to bring all of the people who are in the attendees who are part of the Community Safety Working Group. And that may take a minute or two. So if people want to take a 2-minute break, they can, but that's it. You're only allowed 2 minutes right now. Now, I believe that the Community Safety Working Group has also asked that you bring in the people from the 7Gen research group.
I think I have just about everyone. I don't see Tashina Bowman in the audience unless she's not using her name as her screen name here. So Tashina, if you are in the audience and you're named something differently than your name, please raise your hand.
Brianna, do you see the attendees in the right side? And Alicia?
Yes, so Tashina is unable to make it today.
Okay, thank you. Otherwise, to the best of your ability to look through the screen, Brianna and Alicia, do you see everybody that we're supposed to bring in?
Yes, I believe so.
Great. Then I'm going to turn this over to Paul Bockelman, since this is a committee that he is town manager appointed and has worked very closely with.
Thank you, Lynn. So since November, the Community Safety Working Group has been hard at work to present the report you have before you tonight. I hope that everyone takes the time to read it. It's very well written and organized very efficiently. The working group has taken this work on with great energy and commitment, and for many, great personal costs to their families and their own health, both physical and emotional. This is hard work, and I thank each member of the committee, the working group, for the work, and I was honored to be able to participate as often as I was. The report of the working group produced addresses the main areas of concern and sets the stage for change, establishing a vision, a direction that the town can follow to create and maintain public safety for all members of our community. And so with that, I will turn it over to the co-chairs of the working group, Ms. Brianna Owen and Ms. Alicia Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Bockelman, for introducing our group and also for acknowledging the amount of stress it has put on every member of the group and how personal this work is. At this time, I'm going to screen share with you all to share a PowerPoint for this evening. Before we get going on the PowerPoint, I wanted to be frank in why the PowerPoint slides were not sent to you all beforehand. We do have some content that is in the slides, that really illustrates why our charge is so important. However, the person in this content is very adamant about remaining anonymous. This person is okay with us using the content for the good of our presentation, but not okay with us distributing it to the town council. We will remove this content after the meeting and send you all the slides to look back on. And I'm going to share screen now to get the presentation started.
There are some members who could not be here today, but for those who are here with us, I will call on one by one to introduce themselves briefly and answer the question, why did you join the Community Safety Working Group? Tashina Bowman was unavailable to be here today. Darius Cage.
Can you guys hear me? So I'm Darius Cage. I'm a first-year student at Amherst Pelham Regional High School. And the reason why I joined the Community Safety Working Group is because I feel like as a 15-year-old with prior experiences with the police, I felt like it would be a good job for me to stand up for other people and help advocate for the people who cannot be on this community working group. And I felt like by me being on this committee, it would be a great thing to do for the people who can't do it.
Thank you. Deborah Ferreira.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. So my name is Deborah Ferreira. Thank you all for having us here today to present to you all. I am a resident of Amherst and I've been here for 23 years. I'm doing this because when my son was 10 years old last year, he saw George Floyd being murdered. And when he saw George Floyd being murdered, he saw himself in that. He saw that that could happen to him as a Black boy. I'm doing this because both of my sons, I had to have the talk with them at 8 years old, right? And the talk means that if you're a Black parent, or if you're a BIPOC parent, you have to talk to your children about how to interact with police so that they can be safe, because we're afraid that if they interacted with the police, they might get harmed, okay? I'm doing this because I have a 17-year-old son who just got his driver's license about 2 weeks ago. And I again had to have the talk with him, had to implore with him to do everything correctly, to make sure he goes by the speed limit, because I'm afraid every time he goes out that he might not come back, right? Or he might be harmed when he's out. And so I'm doing this because as a mom, even though I know if he does everything correctly, he might still be profiled, he might still be stopped, and he might still be harmed, right? So every time he goes out the door, I am afraid for him. I'm doing this because I had to do something as an attorney, as someone that can contribute something. I had to do something beyond protesting. I had to do something to better our community, to make sure that all residents feel safe and not just some residents, that all children feel safe and not just some children, okay? And I think for our recommendations, we have to go beyond just the normal recommendations, because what we've been doing, the same old, is not going to work, right? We have to do something different. If you do the same things, you're gonna have the same results. So our recommendations is a change of paradigm. It's to do something different, to make change. The time is now. We need to make change. It's critical for all of us. That's it.
Pat Ananabaku.
Yes, can people hear me? Okay. So my name is Pat Ananabaku. I live at Tamarack Drive. I moved to Amherst more than 35 years ago, and very little has changed to include BIPOC people who look like me in the political and power structure of this town. I'm a mother of 5 children. I fear for their lives. I fear for my own life as well. Racism is real and it's traumatizing. I joined CSWG because I am tired of waiting on excuses for addressing racism in this town. You, the town councilors, you have the power to do the right thing by fully funding all the recommendations made by CSWG and 7Gen. Thank you.
Russ Vernon Jones.
Hi.
When I saw that the charge adopted by the town council included making recommendations for alternative ways to provide public safety service, alternatives to policing, and also recommendations for oversight of the police, I decided this was an opportunity for me to go beyond education about racism and actually help change the concrete conditions experienced by BIPOC community members in Amherst to help our town take a significant step in dismantling systemic racism in Amherst. You know, white people sometimes wonder what we can do to dismantle systemic racism. And I believe our working group's report provides an answer. And if you, as the town council, will insist on more robust financial support for our recommendations than is in the current budget proposal, you can make this an historic moment in our town, a turning point in making racial justice a reality in Amherst. Thank you.
Brianna Owen.
I found out about the opportunity of the Community Safety Working Group through one of the kids on my caseload. I work as a program director at a nonprofit working with young people who have aged out of foster care. I decided to look at the article that this young person sent me from Mass Live and fill out an application. I joined this group because I'm a Latinx woman, a former foster alumni, and a first-generation college graduate. The older I get, the more I realize that people with similar shared experiences to my own don't get seats at decision-making tables, and they don't have a voice at tables like this. I want to be the change I want to be the change that I want to see in my community, and I thought this might be a good start.
My name is Alicia Walker. This is the community that I grew up in, and this is the community that I am now raising my children in. This is the community that I care deeply about, and I believe in its potential to be a community that is committed to the safety and well-being of all of its residents. For me, this is about showing up for my community, and I am very grateful to be able to be a part of this process.
So we are going to start off our presentation by reminding the town council of the Community Safety Working Group's charge and purpose, then going over history that has influenced our recommendations, and then get straight into our recommendations, what the research says, and what lived experience has taught our group. The Community Safety Working Group was assigned the following purpose: to A, make recommendations on alternative ways of providing public safety services to the community, and B, to make recommendations on reforms to the current organizational and oversight structures of the Amherst Police Department. We were specifically charged with studying the complex issues of delivering community safety services to ensure racial equity, collecting data from people's lived experiences in Amherst, engaging in communities most impacted by policing to develop alternatives and identify solutions to diagnose problems, investigating existing alternative models and programming for providing community safety services, examining existing town funding priorities regarding safety services, and exploring models of resident oversight for police departments. The second part of our charge is to recommend reforms to the current organizational and oversight structures of the Amherst Police Department. This presentation will be on the first part of our charge. We want to point out that the Community Safety Working Group was very intentional about the recommendations in this PowerPoint. The recommendations that we put together have two goals: to ensure any public safety response is anti-racist, equitable, just, and fair, and that we also offer preventative services to get at the root of assisting our residents to avoid necessitating public safety involvement in the first place. We want to point, Our next slide is to give Reparations for Amherst a shout out, because the work that they have done has been very essential to the work that the Community Safety Working Group is doing. For outsiders, Amherst is a place where residents are health conscious, we're a college town, and we're a town where you drive down most roads and lawns are plastered with Black Lives Matter signs. Members of our group know that although all of that looks great, there are problems in this community that need to be addressed. The Community Safety Working Group, for that reason, found the research done by Reparations for Amherst essential to our work. Community safety requires racial equity. In order to envision what a more racially equitable Amherst would look like, we needed to, as a group, understand what got us to where we are, and more importantly, what the historical intent of law enforcement was. How can we create a better future without context of what the past was really like and how it got us here?
The CSWG finds the historical context of white supremacy in Amherst extremely relevant to our work and to the town's commitment to dismantle white supremacy. The founding of Amherst is based on genocide. Amherst's legacy is controversial due to his expressed desire to exterminate the race of Indigenous people during Pontiac's War, and his advocacy of biological warfare in the form of gifting blankets infected with smallpox as a weapon. Our group is well aware that Amherst was once home to slave owners, was once home to documented redlining, and once home to primarily white schools. This history has manifested into the community we are living in now. So for our group, when we hear the school system is under constant scrutiny for racial equity, that the universities are year after year having problems with racially targeting vandalism, and that rent has increased so much that predominantly families of color have been forced to move, we believe it. We also believe that our work is directly connected to these intersections. Community safety is going to school and feeling safe, being in the community and being safe, and trusting that our leaders will stand by that. Policing in the United States began with slave patrols in the South created to capture Black people seeking freedom from the involuntary servitude of slavery. With the Great Migration, police departments grew in northern cities, charged with controlling Black and brown people and protecting the property of well-to-do white people. In this context, the law was used as a tool to allow white landowners to remain in power. The list of Black people killed by police just in the last decade is long and horrifying. In addition to George Floyd, some of the names of those who lost their lives at the hand of police are Daunte Wright, Rayshard Brooks, Daniel Prude, Breonna Taylor, Atatiana Jefferson, Ora Rosser, Stephon Clark, Tamir Rice, Tanisha Anderson, and the list goes on. The question to ask is, if there had been an alternative to armed police, would the outcome have been different? Given the history, it is logical to ask whether an armed, predominantly white police force can ever provide a sense of safety and security to Black, Indigenous, and people of color and their communities. Historically, deeds were restricted to not allow certain residents to reside in certain areas. Black and brown families were pushed to less desirable areas in Amherst, like the housing complexes, and today the demographics are not much different. Modern day redlining and the rise in rent continues to keep Black and brown and low income families in these same areas if they aren't forced out of Amherst completely. Many social service organizations that we connected with let us know that their employees travel from outside of Amherst to work here due to the unfeasible rental prices. Many town staff also do not reside in the city of Amherst, perhaps due to the housing prices as well. This provides further insight on the disconnect in the services being offered in this town. How does redlining and the rise in rental prices in Amherst influence current policing methods and outcome? The tendency of low-income and working-class families and students with families is to access housing through apartment rentals. And as you can see from this chart, a large portion of APD calls are officer-initiated, and with the highest concentration being on one street in particular and located in apartment complexes. A further breakdown of the data shows the difference in police conduct between certain complexes and single resident areas. And if you focus specifically on police-initiated calls, these disparities are very clear. The APD uses a community policing model that includes practices of surveillance and patrols which differ by neighborhood in terms of frequency and types of calls, with one of the methods being to identify specific problem-oriented areas of town and direct patrols to those areas. This has resulted in the profiling and over-surveillance of certain communities and in turn certain individuals. Nationally, our research has shown that community policing has contributed to deaths of BIPOC persons and not to their safety.
A Tale of Two Cities. When the Community Safety Working Group came together, we all brought lived experience as a group composed of mainly BIPOC folks. For the first couple of months of our work, we received stories from the community via email, videos, clips, and we listened in on hours of forums of people telling us stories I personally hope no one ever has to experience again. I want to remind the town council that although a few positive police experiences have been mentioned in our forums, that is not the majority. You have brought us together today to come up with a solution to make all members of the community feel safe. And from what we've gathered, white folks have always felt safe here in Amherst. For the BIPOC community, it has been loss after loss. Even the way the Community Safety Working Group has been treated illustrates this. And just because a person has not died at the hands of the police does not mean that there is not work to be done. Amherst for white folks has been a place to enjoy, to feel community, and for young people to make mistakes and recover. But for BIPOC folks, it has never been that. During our forum, many youth attended. What we gathered from that was that BIPOC youth in Amherst feel over-surveilled. To them, Amherst is a place where you're constantly looking over your shoulder when you're walking downtown after school to get a slice of pizza, to see if a police officer is watching you. It's a place where you walk into CVS to get a soda and the store clerk thinks you're stealing. It is a place where BIPOC youth who get their license create group chats to support each other in case they may be pulled over and profiled. But for white folks, it's never been that. These different photos here illustrate the two different versions of Amherst. This is the first version we'd like to illustrate, and at this time, we'd like to share this video. Before we get into the video, this is an interaction that was sent to us by the community, and it illustrates the importance of our work and our charge and why these recommendations need to turn into reality.
Stop. Why listen to me. Listen to me. Squeezing. Listen, brother. Listen. I'm listening to you.
Like,
Stop. Because if you do all this,
I'm trying not to resist, but he's the one holding.
Can you listen? Can you please listen to me? Look at me. I got you. Letting him talk. There for hours and I see bothering him talking
Because he's trying to explain to her what's happening. He's trying to get your friend out of jail. And you guys are talking. 134, my name is Satkowski.
Can I see a badge? Here. I got it. Here. You need $40? Here. We're gonna go get her out. We're gonna go. I'm gonna go get her out. Yes, I'm gonna go. You need money? Cause can I get that badge? I'm gonna go get her out. Can I get that badge? 121. Yeah, I need it on camera. 121. First of all, it's 121. You're drunk, so you better not start. Because if you start doing the most right now, crying, doing extra shit, I'm gonna get mad with you. Because you can't replace her. That's not how it works.
What do you mean you're gonna replace me?
Like,
what does that mean? What do you mean you're gonna?
She wants it.
111 Main Street is where you can go.
Brother,
I'm recording all this. They're not going to touch you. I'm recording all
Where's
this.
my phone?
Don't worry about your phone. I got your phone. I got it. You're good.
Just stay back where we record, okay? Thank you.
Yo. No, bro. This is crazy. Please don't cry. Like, you're fine. I cannot walk beside you. I need to talk to her. Like, I'm not.
I'll walk in front.
It's okay. I'm gonna get you up. It's a noise complaint. You're not gonna get OD charges, nothing. Like, I know. I understand. I'm gonna get her in an hour. She's gonna be out before the morning. I nigga got me fucked up.
Yo, D-Money.
You don't have a
Fine, bro.
fucking
Y'all
tight,
niggas
bro.
got,
Like,
y'all
you need
niggas
bread?
got me
really
fucked.
tight.
Yes, bro.
Like,
I have bread, bro. We're gonna get her out.
You could have made them loose, and you could have not been grabbing on me like that.
I'm going to stop the video here, but I wanted to share this with council members to illustrate what happens in Amherst when a noise complaint happens. As you can see from the video, 5 different officers showed up to arrest one young woman.
Flying.
Oh.
Stop.
Seeing the two worlds in Amherst is almost unexplainable for people who choose not to see. I think the only way to paint this picture is to remind you all the overwhelming amount of new apartments that have come up in the last couple of years that are clearly geared towards students that can afford to live there. I also urge you all to think about all of the riots that have happened at UMass in the past 2 years, even throughout the pandemic. I live 5 minutes away from the university, and it was breathtaking to me that white students can riot and set off fireworks after UMass wins a hockey game, but when my foster family has a barbecue in broad daylight, multiple cops need to show up to quote unquote calm us down, similar to the prior video you saw. Next, we want you to watch this video so you can see what the other world in Amherst is like.
It is homecoming in Amherst, Massachusetts, and on a gorgeous fall afternoon, we've got rivalry football for the first time in 20 years. The Yukon Huskies come to McCurtain Alumni Stadium. All I wanna do is go out trapping with shoes. Red so phones, you should see how I move. Shorty says she got enough to flex with all shoes. Shorty, all you gotta get ahead of all my shooters. So I came in, I just pulled it up the line. Steady like a fire, I came in with the yacht. I came up, I'm jumping on the spot. Tell me if you fucking cause it's back up 59. I'm taking too long. Please, save me, too long. Every time I step out, she lit, I just just get a nice edit in there, man. Yeah. Honey, diamonds, homie, don't be kitchen, honey. It's late, but I can't leave. It's lit, rolling, slide out, my shit, let you. Police trying to catch me with the shooters. Shoot up from the edge, you cannot promise. Call the time, man, bring that shit in back to me. I said it's all these celebrities.
We found this video very symbolic. We also found it symbolic that these college students were predominantly white and included police officers in their video. As you could see in the prior slide, a noise complaint happened and 4 officers arrived on scene to arrest 1 young woman. This video shows what Amherst is really like for other people.
On May 25th, 2020, George Floyd, a 46-year-old Black man, was murdered at the hands of the Minneapolis police. The repetition of these egregious incidences sparked national and local movements. Organizations in the advocacy of local groups like Defund 413, the Racial Equity Task Force, Reparations for Amherst, and the youth of BLM have been doing tremendous work to bring education and awareness to inequities in policing and in our town. As a response to the national and local uprising, on June 1st, 2020, the Town Council adopted a resolution affirming the town of Amherst's commitment to end structural racism and achieve racial equity for Black residents. In order to commit to the affirmation, the town manager was assigned goals that would help to specify what steps could be taken to help position Amherst in the direction of change. With this goal being assigned, the town manager assembled a hiring team to help him create a majority BIPOC working group to, amongst other things, explore what alternative community safety services could look like in the town of Amherst.
Before we get into our recommendations, I now want to open the floor to 7gen Movement Collective to explain to council members what participatory action research is, what the benefits are, and answer any unanswered questions about the research before we get started.
Thank you, Brianna and Alicia, and the CSWG. Again, thank you for all the work you've been doing. I am Demetria Shabazz, and I'm a member of 7 Generation Movement Collective. We have several members here with us tonight. Terry Mullen. Terry, I don't know who you are, just say hi.
Hi.
Thank you. And Dr. Katie Ladowski, and Dr. Sanji Johnson Anderson. And so they were responsible for designing and conducting the research having to do with participatory action. And so I'm going to let them speak to their research. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shabazz. So here we have 3 central questions to just give a brief overview of what participatory action research is, which is what we chose to use to conduct the research on the experiences of BIPOC and the AAPI folk in Amherst with the police. So participatory action research was born in Central and South America as a tool for action against social injustice. And in PAR, stakeholders are positioned as the experts. So the knowledge of stakeholders is based on experiences related to the context and the location. Therefore, they are vital to the steps, to each step in the process. The participants of the research participate in helping to shape the research, and that is central to PAR. The benefits of PAR serves to explore social injustice and acts as a means to address social wrongs. It uncovers the reasons behind injustice, all the while maintaining change as a fundamental outcome of the research. It provides an opportunity for researchers and participants to work together to analyze a problem and generate the change, the desired change. Why was PAR used for this work? PAR was used because it empowers and actively engages participants and promotes collaborative inquiry leading to action. Participatory action research is the most appropriate method to implement in order to develop recommendations for the CSWG. And this methodology is grounded in the mission to address the social injustices that it explores. PAR insists that those persons who have been both structurally disenfranchised have a right to research the conditions of their oppression and their resistance. And there I quote our own Dr. Lesdowski. I don't know if, Katie, you want to add anything to that.
I think you did a great job. Thank you, Dr. Johnson Anderson. The only thing I would add is the fact that with qualitative research, we really need to focus in on our positionality, which is where PAR plays such a critical role. My identity, as a white woman is completely different from someone who's experiencing the policing firsthand. And therefore, as Dr. Johnson Anderson described, we leave it up to the participants, in our case, the community ambassadors, to identify which questions to ask, to collect the data in their own communities with people, who they have a rapport with, and to analyze that data as well through their lived experiences and the lens that offers them.
Thank you both. And this fit in well with the Community Safety Working Group's charge, which was to reach out into the community and assess these most vulnerable community groups and their experiences with policing. And therefore, Dr. Katie Lesdowski and Dr. Sanji Anderson chose PAR as they mentioned, the appropriate model to do so. That's, I think, it.
Awesome. So thank you, Seven Jen, for explaining why you all use participatory action research for this. We wanted to introduce what this was to Town Council and whoever may be listening right now, so that everybody has a background of the research, because their research was very helpful in creating our recommendations to serve the community. So our first recommendation is to create the CREST program. CREST stands for Community Responders for Equity, Safety, and Service. The mission of the CREST program will include contributing to dismantling systemic racism through providing racially aware safety and social services to persons of all races with a conscious anti-racism focus. I want to be clear that although the CREST program is designed to incorporate professionals who have experience with mental health and other social services, this is an alternative to policing. Our charge at the Community Safety Working Group's charge was to come up with an alternative, and this is what we have come up with. The CREST program that we have outlined includes 2-person teams of unarmed responders with expertise in mental health, social work, and medics and conflict de-escalators. We'd like the CREST program to be accessed either by calling the CREST phone number directly or by calling 911. Studies of the police department data across the country estimate that 20 to 35% of 911 calls could appropriately be handled by trained, unarmed community responders. Our very rough analysis of data provided by the APD pertaining to calls from May of 2019 to May of 2020 suggests that similarly, somewhere between 20 to 35% of calls to the APD could be alleviated to the CREST program. These estimates are based on CREST teams being on duty 24/7. CREST responders will be dispatched in response to 2 specific categories of calls for service that do not require police response. First, they will be dispatched to lower risk 911 calls related to mental health, addiction, and homelessness. Second, community responders will handle unrelated to behavioral needs, which may be classified as disturbances, suspicious persons, trespassing incidents, noise complaints, other quality of life concerns, and lower risk neighborhood conflicts. We'd also like to include that CREST should do wellness checks, interactions with youth, and be the first point of contact to respond to school calls in regards to community safety. The CREST program is, again, a public safety program designed as an alternative to the police department. Again, what it will do is relieve the APD of many calls that don't require the response of a police officer or an armed responder. It will provide responders with skills and experience better match the needs of the residents in situations being addressed. The CREST program will also build greater trust with marginalized communities, including the BIPOC community, and function with a heightened awareness of the importance of dismantling systemic racism in Amherst. We developed the CREST program by investigating models such as the Eugene, Oregon Cahoots program, and the Denver STAR program, and the Albuquerque, Mexico Community Safety Alternative. Although we liked bits and pieces of what we read about from these different programs, we developed CREST by using these programs as an outline and finding out what's going to work for Amherst. The CREST program is an alternative safety model specific to the needs of Amherst. We made it specific after hearing hours of people come to forums, having people fill out our surveys, and an emphasis on mental health and cultural competency was a theme we couldn't ignore. Our second recommendation is to create an Amherst Resident Oversight Board. We recommend that Amherst create a Resident Oversight Board that will provide oversight for both the Amherst Police Department and the CREST program. We included it in Part A of our charge because this recommendation does need money, in short. Funds will be needed for training of people on this board, for research, the hiring of investigators as needed, and stipends. This board must be authorized to hear complaints, access police and CREST records, initiate policy reviews and proposals, subpoena documents and persons, recommend discipline and initiate investigations as needed, and be able to provide appropriate confidentiality to those submitting complaints. I hope that you all got a chance to read 7Gen's report. One thing that really stood out to the Community Safety Working Group and encouraged us to recommend a Resident Oversight Board was this quote: The philosophical justification for civilian oversight is a twofold. 1, to compensate for governmental failures to combat police deviance, and 2, to equalize the balance of power between public officials and citizens. Right now, Amherst does not have a formal way that reduces fear for citizens to complain about their police interactions. Although the chief does make it a point to talk to people who do complain, we find it a bit problematic that when we asked them what their formal complaint process was, we were told that anybody can call at any time to any officer and they will handle it. We find this highly problematic. This board must be authorized to, again, hear complaints, access police and CREST records, initiate policy reviews and proposals, subpoena documents and persons, recommend discipline, and initiate investigations as needed. It is important that this oversight board consists of non-police community members and that it is representative of community demographics. This board is also essential to oversee CREST. We will provide more details about this recommendation in our June 30th report, but we wanted to include it here tonight because we recognize the great amount of work we'd like the Resident Oversight Board to take part in. And in order for that work to take part, we'd like each member of this board to receive a $10,000 stipend.
We recommend that Amherst create a well-funded Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion with a full-time director and assistant director. In completing our charge, the CSWG could not ignore the lack of representation in local government, in town positions, and the climate between BIPOC-owned businesses and the town. The department will ensure tight alignment between town activity and the push to end systemic white supremacy in Amherst. This needs to be strategically addressed with a formal plan and staff to execute it. Diversity is not a checkbox. It is an ongoing commitment to inclusive environments, and this department will show how open the town of Amherst is to creating an equitable and welcoming environment for all of its residents. A future Amherst as a place for all, the Office for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion within the town structure will elevate the role of the diversity, equity, and inclusion into the hierarchy of the town administration. It prioritizes the consideration of inclusion and equity throughout hiring, training, housing, policing, policies, planning, leadership, and the environment and the economy. It improves decision-making that better represents all communities, and it is less likely to suffer from unintentional blind spots and biases. It assures a more equitable allocation of public resources to all communities, not just a few. Reduces staff turnover, increasing employee engagement and awareness, and builds community trust in town and offers more options for BIPOC and AAPI community members to be seen as well as heard. We talked briefly at the beginning of this presentation about the historical context of white supremacy in Amherst, and it's important to understand that there are other implications that this holds. Intergenerational trauma is defined as the physical, emotional, and psychological abuse that is passed down generation to generation through the projection of fear. Historically, Amherst has been home to slave owners and to people that have upheld the status quo to make BIPOC people feel unwelcome at the university, at the high school, in town government, and which only perpetuates this generational trauma and fear. What impact do you think all of this trauma has had on our BIPOC communities in Amherst? A microaggression is defined as a statement, action, or incident regarded as an instance of indirect, subtle, or unintentional discrimination against members of a marginalized group, such as a racial or ethnic minority. We'd like to include this video to illustrate what microaggressions look like in action.
For people who still don't think that microaggressions are a problem,
oh, you're so well spoken.
Oh, just imagine, instead of being a stupid comment, a microaggression is a mosquito bite.
Ugh, it's a compliment.
Mosquito bites and their itch are one of nature's most annoying features. But if you're only bitten every once in a while...
No, where are you really from?
Cleveland.
Sure, it's annoying, but it's not that big a deal. The problem is that some people get bitten by mosquitoes a lot more than other people. I mean, a lot more. Whether it's on a date...
Oh, your English is so good.
Excuse me?
Going grocery shopping.
You know, everything happens for a reason.
Just buying apples.
Commuting to work.
So when are you going to have a baby?
Watching TV.
We have to keep the Redskins name. It's part of our culture and history.
Or just walking down the street with your partner.
I couldn't even tell you were gay.
Mosquitoes seem to pop up everywhere.
You know, John, shopping advice. I love Cher too.
And getting bit by mosquitoes every goddamn day.
Good night.
just touch your hair?
multiple times a day
So pretty. Can
Can I touch it? Please,
please?
Can I please?
is fucking annoying and makes you want to go ballistic on those mosquitoes, which seems like a huge overreaction to people who only get bit every once in a while.
It's just a mosquito bite. Who cares? Just another angry black woman.
Of course, beyond just being annoying, some mosquitoes carry truly threatening diseases that can mess up your life for years.
Astrophysics? Maybe you should try this challenging major.
And other mosquitoes carry strains that can even kill you.
It looked like he was up to trouble, okay? I felt threatened.
So next time you think someone's overreacting, just remember, some people experience mosquito bites all the time.
You're all so exotic. Wow.
And by mosquito bites, we mean microaggressions.
Now that you've seen this video, you may have a better understanding of what a microaggression is, and I'd like to tie that into what it means to be a BIPOC person in Amherst. Just looking at the town council right now, I would consider this to be a white space. A white space is designated for white people, and these spaces usually are designed intentionally to exclude BIPOC folks. The accessibility of our town government excels with things like access to an understanding of technology and internet connections, flexible work schedules and availability to attend meetings, and access to childcare serve as barriers to inclusion. Historically, BIPOC folks have never dominated government positions, political roles, college campuses, town halls, all because these spaces have a historical intention to exclude BIPOC folks. A fully funded diversity, equity, and inclusion office would help to create and maintain more inclusive spaces in Amherst. The following statements are to educate you all on the health consequences racism has on BIPOC communities. Our next slide will summarize how these health issues, traumas, and stressors translate generation to generation. Experiencing racism is associated with higher levels of stress, which increase the risk for someone who identifies as BIPOC for health conditions such as high blood pressure. The CDC reports Black people are more likely than any other group to have hypertension. Stress as a result of experiencing racism can also lead to behaviors that may cause further risks to health. For example, research has found that discrimination is linked to higher rates of smoking, alcohol use, drug use, and unhealthful eating habits. In 2015, a medical study found that compared with other racial groups, Black children with severe pain from appendicitis are less likely to receive pain medication. This suggests that racial bias is causing medical professionals to use different thresholds of pain for different racial groups, either inadvertently or purposefully before administering care. The American Medical Association and the Massachusetts Medical Society have recognized that racism is a serious threat to the health of BIPOC citizens. Internalized racial discrimination elevates stress that has a direct and damaging effect on bodily systems, increasing vulnerability to asthma, cancer, cardiovascular complications, obesity, diabetes, and early death, as well as mental health outcomes such as depression, substance abuse disorders, and sleep disturbances. Locally, for Hampshire County, the effect of racism has resulted in higher rates of cardiovascular disease, asthma, and diabetes in people of African descent.
Our fourth recommendation is to create a BIPOC-led Amherst Youth Empowerment Center and a BIPOC Cultural Center. We recommend that Amherst create a BIPOC-led youth center. This is a long-needed facility that will be open to all youth in town and serve youth of all racial backgrounds. The Massachusetts Department of Children and Families quarterly profile for the Western Massachusetts region, fiscal year 2021, quarter 2, states that 55% of kids involved with the department identify as BIPOC, while just 35% identify as white. Given that BIPOC folks in the Hampshire County only make up about 17.9% of the population, this is an alarming indicator that existing child advocacy and resource agencies are not enough. The Youth Center will give BIPOC youth a voice, a place to excel, and a place to participate in after-school activities. The Youth Center will provide a wide range of activities such as theater, arts, fitness classes, job readiness, and academic support. We are recommending this center be fully staffed with at least 3 individuals to allow this program to run Monday through Saturday until 6 p.m. The Youth Center will provide a stable place for youth to go after school and be connected to the BIPOC Cultural Center for families who may need more support. The Community Safety Working Group was lucky to work with 7Gen and gather data specific to young people in Amherst. Their report told us that this district is made up of over 50%, Their report told us that the Amherst School District consists of students 50% who identify as BIPOC. Between 2007 and 2017, Latinx students increased in the elementary schools by 30%, and English language learner students increased by 35%. This recommendation was motivated by our forum responses from youth who said there's not many places to go after school, and guidance from our young person on the Community Safety Working Group, Darius Cage. We can't ignore the overwhelming amount of data that we've also received from 7Gen. Currently, free programs in town are geared toward teens are posted at the public library, where BIPOC youth do not see themselves reflected in the races and ethnicities of the employees. A youth center led by BIPOC folks is a proactive approach to community safety. If young people had a place to go after school where they felt safe and could receive academic help as needed, exercise, and participate in productive activities, it would eliminate a need for heavy surveillance by the Amherst Police Department in downtown, and also be a reminder to BIPOC youth in the Amherst community that they are safe and we care about their growth. In 7Gen report, research stated that youth benefit from culturally and linguistically competent support through purposeful and authentic engagement with community members. As the 7Gen participant interviews reveal, BIPOC youth in Amherst are surveilled, whether in their homes, as young drivers, and targeted, especially downtown. Quality after-school programs designed with BIPOC teens in mind have shown to support and increase academic achievement and play a role in reducing disparities in other communities. Youth programs to promote positive social behaviors and emotional development may strengthen meaningful relationships between youth and community members. For similar reasons, we are recommending a BIPOC cultural center. DCF data in our report is relevant because it illustrates that BIPOC families are in need of more support right now. Our consultants' research highlights that cultural organizations have helped to raise the quality of life in cities by creating safer communities, and that cultural organizations strengthen social connections, making communities stronger and more attractive to live in and build revenue and social capital. Community centers have been used around the world to also bring people together and solve problems and build community. Research has found that community centers in the southern United States have been used to provide a space for exchanging resources, learning about services, and gathering information to access emotional support. All of these aspects would be just another reason to support a BIPOC cultural center. BIPOC families need the support, and white folks in the Amherst community need to do more learning. To really create community safety in Amherst, we need to embrace different cultures that exist, have a space to uplift and celebrate them, and to teach and support families in need. Our fifth recommendation is to reduce the size of the Amherst Police Department. We recommend a reduction in the number of Amherst police officers in the APD for 3 reasons. 1, fewer officers will be needed because a significant portion of the current work the APD does will be assumed by the press program. Funds currently allocated to the APD are now needed to fund CRESS as an alternative community safety program, to fund other proposals in this report, and for other services to meet the needs of Amherst residents. And lastly, reducing the size of the APD will reduce the over-policing of BIPOC communities. We recommend that the number of sworn officers in the APD be reduced to 43 for the start of fiscal year 22. We recommend that no additional APD officers be hired until a robust CRESS program is implemented and the town is able to determine more precisely what percentage of 911 and other calls will be allocated to the CRESS program. Over time, the number of sworn officer positions in the APD should be reduced to the minimum number needed to fulfill the remaining police duties after CRESS is fully resourced, staffed, and implemented. CRESS, again, is an alternative safety service to the Amherst Police Department. The CRESS program, once fully funded, resourced, and staffed, will lessen the need for the Amherst Police Department. With a shift of nonviolent calls to the CRESS program, APD officers will no longer need to operate at full capacity. The funding of CRESS will reduce the APD and lessen profiling of BIPOC and AAPI residents and persons visiting Amherst. Our sixth recommendation is to continue the ongoing work of the Community Safety Working Group. It is critical that the CSWG stays together. Our recommendations need to be executed with input from all of our members. We want to be a part of planning our recommendations, the specifics, and most importantly, the hiring process. These recommendations have been made very carefully, so we would appreciate being part of the conversation as all of these recommendations are brought to reality. This group also plays an important role in gathering input from all segments of the community, especially from the BIPOC community and other marginalized people. Maintaining a resident working group with the same stipulations for this group will be important, but until we have a resident oversight board, we need to keep the CSWG going. In order to oversee and support the implementation of these recommendations, we again need the Community Safety Working Group to stay in place. The Community Safety Working Group serves as a necessary liaison between the town and the Amherst Police Department, and its presence is essential to ensure measures are taken to increase the accountability and transparency regarding policing. The Community Safety Working Group will help advise the processing of scaling down the police, a process that requires overseeing the reallocation of police funding, ongoing research of its impact, and be a part of the hiring process for CRESS employees, and ensuring all details of recommendation are seen through as proposed and not seen as a vague idea. The budget for these recommendations. The Community Safety Working Group has been working diligently over the past 6 months. As a group, we are deeply insulted that since youth protest, Reparation for Amherst, and Defund 413 work alongside our own, that the Amherst Police Department was fully funded for the next fiscal year. This slide is to represent the money that we know that exists for our recommendations to become reality.
We are at a crossroads right now in forging a path towards our dream destination. A movement of reimagining has begun by our youth, organizations, and the community at large. The movement will continue, and the only question is, which side of history will we be on? The CSWG urges you to act in favor of the overwhelming majority and stand with revolutionary change towards anti-racism and in racial equity in the town of Amherst. This is going to feel uncomfortable because we are going to create something that has never existed before and that our community has never experienced before. But we can assure you that it is worth it, and we must do this. We must show our elderly BIPOC residents that their efforts will come to fruition. We must assure our BIPOC youth that their futures are bold and bright, and that they will live in a community that supports their whole being and authentic selves, unapologetically and without fear. I am now going to pass it back to Brianna to read the Town Council's affirmation.
Be it further resolved that the Amherst Town Council hereby affirms its commitment to eradicating the effects of systemically racist practice of town government and town-affiliated organizations, and will review and revise its policies, procedures, bylaws, values, goals, and missions through an anti-racism lens to foster an unbiased and inclusive environment that is free of discrimination, harassment, and negative stereotyping toward any person or group. Be it further that the Amherst Town Council will engage in individual and collective work to understand bias and the historical role racism has played in Amherst and the community at large in order to better lead a town which is safe, welcoming, and equitable place for all people. Be it further resolved that the Town of Amherst Town Council is committed to engaging in a path of remedy for Black Amherst residents who have been injured or harmed by discrimination and racial injustice. Be it further resolved that the Amherst Town Council acknowledges this resolution as a first step in the reparative process and understands there is substantial work that needs to be done, which will take considerable time and commitment to meet its goals of being an anti-racism town. As a reminder to all of you, integrity is when your intentions and actions meet on a consistent basis. These are your words, not ours. We hope you act with integrity and reject the budget so a new budget can be written with the intentions to dismantle white supremacy and keep the entire community safe by implementing our recommendations.
Thank you. That was a very informative presentation. capturing your report and the research that has gone into creating that report. We're going to open it up for counselors to ask questions and make comments at this time. And so I am looking to see who has any comments at this point. Alyssa.
There's so much here, and we appreciate so much that we were able to get your report, both reports, a week in advance of tonight's meeting, because you've done so much work. One of the things I've wondered about, since most of us haven't actually seen your meetings, is, but when you've met week after week, is the amount that ended up in the town manager's budget was the beginning planning amount of 130. The amount in your proposal is obviously much larger. Do you see any way to phase this? Like, have you had a chance to even have a conversation about that yet? If 130 isn't enough, which it clearly is not, and if yet the town manager feels like he can't possibly find the funding for all of it right now, have you thought about what might be a reasonable, not ideal, but a possible way of breaking it up more? Or have you even had a chance to have that conversation yet?
So my plan is to direct the questions to the co-chairs, and if they have anybody else they'd like to call and let them do that. Brianna?
Ms. Walker, is it okay if I answer this? Councilwoman Brewer, I really appreciate this question and you for listening to our presentation. The Community Safety Working Group finds that the CRESS program is not going to be effective unless it is fully funded. I appreciate that you got a chance to read the report beforehand, and some of the questions that were sent to us beforehand from the council was, how are we going to evaluate markers for success in the first year, the second year for the CRESS program? These markers won't be able to be created unless we implement all of what we're asking for. If we only implement half, we're not going to get the same results. And additionally, our other recommendations are equally as important to the CRESS program, as alternative safety models alone do not make communities more racially equitable. So we have to take a preventative approach with our other recommendations as well.
Okay, Darcy. Please unmute.
You're muted.
Sorry. Okay. I just wanted to thank you very much for your presentation, and I want to state that I very much endorse the idea of creating a director position for an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, because I see with my climate action work that the only way that initiatives put forward can really be fully implemented is by doing so. Funding the operations budget to fund those types of positions show the commitment of the town to fulfill the goals that we've set for racial equity and climate action. And it's really impossible to implement broad-based plans for fundamental change without accompanying those plans with staffing. And also, I just wondered if it's possible to ask Paul the question Alyssa brought up about the possibility of phasing in funding of the CRESS program, because that's another thing. I heard Paul say that it was the intention to fully fund it at some point. So I'm just wondering if he could address that, the possibility of somehow now committing to a phased-in plan to fund the whole program.
Paul?
So thank you for recognizing me. I do think that was a very powerful presentation, so I appreciated the work that went into that. Yes, that's the work that we're working on now, in terms of if the Community Safety Working Group basically put a stake in the ground saying, this is what community safety looks like, how do we get there? And that's the work that we're doing internally, and I think that's why I hope to have some some work on that prepared by Thursday night for you, for the Finance Committee.
Lynn, before the next comment, can I just add something?
Please.
I also just want to add, I just want to let council members know that phasing has been done in Denver, Colorado, and in Eugene, Oregon. Both times there has been a need for more coverage. So based off of the programs that we're trying to make fit for Amherst, we are trying to learn lessons that their programs have already learned, and phasing is not effective.
Okay. Thank you. Andy. Andy.
Yes, I lost where my button was to get to the unmute. So I appreciate very much the presentation also, and we will be coming at it as I'm chair of the Finance Committee, so I'll be meeting with you again in a few days to look at it from the lens of the Finance Committee and what, and I don't want to sort of presume anything about that discussion whatsoever. I can't speak for the committee, I can only speak for myself. And so in speaking for myself, there are two pieces that I thought about. One you've talked about quite a bit, and but I do have some thoughts about it too. And I just want to share with you, if you don't know me personally, you had little introductions at the beginning. My little introduction is that my background is I had a career in doing legal aid work, and that was all that I did from the time I graduated from law school until I transitioned out of the legal career altogether. And I was the both director of the Western Massachusetts Legal Aid Program and active on a national level and doing consulting work with legal aid programs. There's one of the things that I found in the work that I did there is the transition is not easy. And that I appreciate what she just said about programs in communities that are totally unlike Amherst, because, and I said they're unlike Amherst because Eugene, Oregon, and Denver, Colorado, and Albuquerque are all substantially larger communities and operate in very different realities. But any program requires a transition plan to go from where it is at one point to any significant change. And the steps in transition can be very complex. I don't want to suggest that we can have a conversation about that tonight, but I do think that it's not easy just based upon the experience of working in management in a legal aid setting. The other thing that I have thought about quite a bit, and I want to just raise the question now, but it's not one that has to be answered today because I don't think that we're prepared to spend that much time at it. But I do think that it's very important if we're going to have two departments that are running in parallel, and each needs to be large enough to run effectively, to figure out how large the police department has to be effective, to do its work, and how large the CREST program has to be to do its work. And that that needs to be examined, and then we need to consider what the consequence of that is in the context of a community the size that we have and the resources we have of that size. And I'm going to close by giving an example that has been very important to me in the work that I did in legal aid, and that's domestic violence. There's no question that without police department working with legal aid and working with domestic violence programs in Hampshire County being Safe Passage, and ultimately working with the people who are victims of domestic violence, that there has to be an adequate support in order to enforce restraining orders and enforce court orders. Otherwise, the work of safe passage and getting restraining orders and the legal aid program and getting the legal orders through a court don't work. And you need to have immediately available police to respond when the victim of domestic violence calls for help. And that there's no substitute to. I'm worried that that is one example that I lived with in my career, that if we end up with an inadequately staffed police department, it goes against all of the work that I had done on behalf of victims of domestic violence in a 35-year legal aid career. So I do ask that some thought be given to the question of how big each department needs to be effective in order to have a really good conversation going forward about how we can get from where we've been to where you envision we should be going. So thank you.
Brianna, do you want to speak to that now, but also know that that will be part of the question on the table on Thursday evening?
Absolutely. So Councilmember Steinberg, I wanted thank you for your comments. Similar to you, I actually also share a background in law. My degree is in legal studies from the the University of Massachusetts Amherst. And it's interesting that you worked in legal aid. I spent most of my summers at the Law Service Center in Greenfield doing somewhat similar work. So I understand the angle you're coming from. So first, I want to answer the question in regards to the calls and the transition period. And two, I want to open up the second part of that question in regards to domestic violence, open to the group, because the Community Safety Working Group has met with Safe Passages to discuss topics like this. And we also do have members of our Community Safety Working Groups who may be able to answer this a little bit better than I can. So first, I want to let you know that the town manager, chief of police, and communications center director are currently arranging for LEAP. LEAP stands for Law Enforcement Action Partnership, to do an analysis of calls in Amherst to get a more exact and more expert estimate of the number or percentage of calls that CREST could be expected to handle. LEAP's current protocols use 1 year's data from 2019 for this type of analysis in order to avoid the distortions in the data that could have been created by the pandemic. This analysis will be shared with the Community Safety Working Group. And again, I just want to emphasize to you, the working group does understand that this transition is going to be tough, but for members of the BIPOC community and other marginalized groups, this discomfort has existed for a while. So a little bit of discomfort in defunding the police is going to have to happen to accommodate the needs and the safety of all Amherst residents. I now want to open it up to other Community Safety Working Group members to address the question around domestic violence.
Please raise your hand if you're a member of the Community Safety Working Group and want to add to these comments. Alicia,
yes, thank you. I just wanted to add slightly on to what Brianna said, and just state that the first half of our charge also specifically stated that we were to identify tasks that were currently being performed by the police department that can be outsourced to other public safety services. And so we have identified those things that can be outsourced. And so I would say, just as a base example, if we are functioning at minimum capacity this year due to COVID and due to the frozen police positions, but we didn't have any issues as to capacity now. And what we are going to be doing is going to be reducing even further the number of calls and things that the police need to respond to, then that can be used just as a basis for measurement, just because we don't have any other real numerical numbers to measure off of at this time. And so those calls that are being outsourced and moved should not call for a larger police force because they're being moved away from the police department. They no longer have to respond to those calls. And that also speaks to the necessity for more funding for the CREST so that they have the resources to respond to the calls that the police were once responding to that do not require armed response. And in terms for domestic violence, I do also work in the legal field. I spent 3 years working at the courthouse, and I do work for a law firm now. So I also understand the lens that you're coming from, and I've also dealt a deal with domestic violence survivors. And in what I have collected in my experience, most domestic violence survivors say that the police were not particularly helpful, but it is other agencies where they received the resources that they needed in order to combat what they were going through. And so I think that not in terms of enforcing particularly the restraining orders, but just in first responding to, like we said earlier, low risk conflicts. So I know there's a spectrum of domestic violence calls, and that's why this work also needs to be there needs to be more funding going into the analyzing of which calls specifically can be moved to the CREST program. And so that just further emphasizes the real need for funding, even just to get this off the ground, because a lot of research will be required. And if we want this to be successful and we want this to work out, then we need to put the resources into figuring these things out. And that will also cost us money.
Are there other members from the Community Safety Working Group that have a comment on this? I'm looking over at the raised hand. Brianna, go ahead.
I also just want to reiterate, these are really great questions, and that's also why in our recommendations we recommended a BIPOC cultural center with the intention to showcase BIPOC culture and support the community, but also to provide case management for families as a preventative solution to things like this, domestic violence. I think that a center such as this would be able to centralize resources such as safe passages and connect to community members that may have been discouraged to connect to those resources otherwise.
Okay. Mandy Jo.
Thank you. And I also want to add my thanks to the entire working group for all of the work they've done and the presentation today. So many thoughts and questions and all going through my head, and I know I can't ask them all today, but I'm going to try and focus on a couple. And some are questions for the working group and some are probably questions for Paul. The youth center and the cultural center. A lot of the descriptions the working group provided in its presentation about these two items seem to have some overlaps. And you mentioned one with the library, but that the BIPOC children are not, and teens are not necessarily comfortable going to the library. But I think about the family center at the schools, our recreation department, our library, and especially an expanded library. And so was there any thinking about the overlap that things are providing and how maybe some of the youth center or cultural center could be provided within some of these other ones with the hiring, and I want to be clear, with the hiring of BIPOC staff to help run them, but within other programs. In terms of the policing, I absolutely support the creation of a CREST program. I think it probably needs more money in the next year. I would like to figure out how much more it needs to get it up and running in a good pilot. So I have a lot of questions for Paul on that one, but I had two concerns in the report. The first one was mutual aid was mentioned about how we have a UMass PD department that if we lowered our police department, UMass PD could potentially respond. And I wanted to ask whether you thought about whether that was appropriate. And I say that because when I attended some of the meetings, I heard a lot of concerns about the UMass PD responses and some of the concerns that our BIPOC members had about how UMass PD respond to various things. And we would not control their response or their training on racial bias and racial incidences. And so I get concerned about relying on a mutual aid there versus our own police department. And then I just encourage you to think about what the minimum for both a CREST program and a police department would be to actually provide 24/7 staffing when you get into vacations and all. And I assume this is something that was talked about with the APD chief, but there's got to be a minimum no matter how many calls you're answering. And I just don't know what that number is and whether even what you've proposed for the CREST program is sufficient for that 24/7 staffing when you get to vacations and such.
Shalini, I'm sorry. Brianna, did you want to respond to any of that at this point? Or again, the opportunity is there for Thursday at 5:30.
Absolutely. I'd definitely like to respond to some of those questions now. Mandy Jo, thank you for listening to our presentation and for these thoughtful questions and concerns. So I want to be clear that to ensure CREST is successful, the program should be fully funded with 26 employees from day one. There will be no phasing of this program. So I wanted to answer that off the bat. In regards to the overlap with youth programs, I think similar to the police department as a whole, the intention of institutions versus adding intentions are two different things. The intention of law enforcement today, the Amherst PD's mission, is to serve everybody in the community. They've done trainings to do that, and it's not happening. I think there's a parallel between that and existing social service programs that the town of Amherst has to offer. And it would be nice for Amherst to stand behind something intentionally for BIPOC youth and families.
I also just wanted to add on to what Brianna said, which I think was a wonderful, well thought out answer, just because versus you said, do you think it would be possible to just use these already existing spaces, but then hire BIPOC staff? And possible, I don't think is like, yes, it's possible, but will it be effective and will it accomplish what we're trying to accomplish is the real question. And I think this goes back again to white spaces in Amherst, and that all of these spaces that exist in Amherst have been created to be white spaces. And what we're trying to do is to create spaces for the BIPOC community.
Deborah Ferrer from the committee has her hand up, and so I'm going to call on her because she may want to respond to these questions. Deborah?
I just want to make sure, can you all hear me? Because I'm having some internet issues, so that's why I'm not on video. Thank you all for these questions, and thank you, Brianna and Alicia, for obviously answering them at the way that you all have been, very fully and thoroughly. I mean, I just want to add to the fact, again, to state what Brianna and Alicia has stated, that we've done a lot of research. We've really focused on, getting a lot of the information, especially through 7Gen, from the marginalized, from the most vulnerable communities that basically are saying that they are living in fear of the police interactions, right? So if that's the case, right, and if you all are committed to really dealing with making Amherst a space for everyone, we have to be able to really look at these recommendations as ways, especially in terms of CREST, right? The fact that the police, we need to have, another a way to respond that's unarmed, that will de-escalate and will fully resolve situations, as opposed to a lot of times, even Chief Livingstone said that it's been too much for them to handle, that they haven't been able to handle all of these, especially when it's dealing with mental health, when it's dealing with homelessness, substance abuse, that they're always having to go elsewhere to try to resolve some of these issues. So we need to have a CREST program, as Alicia and Brianna has stated, right off the bat, that is fully funded, fully resourced, fully staffed, so that it can have a chance to be successful. Now, you're asking us the minute details, right? Which is something that we'll have some time to really figure out in terms of how many people, indeed, obviously you saw in our report that we said 3 shifts, at least four people, so that there's 2 teams, right? We're saying 2 teams go out. So at least that there's 4 people, so there's two teams of 2 people to go out to deal with situations as they arise. Now, if a situation is dealing with something that's going to create any type of violence, yes, then they can call for backup for the police, right? So we're not saying for these unarmed teams to deal with violent situations. We haven't made that statement. That's very clear in our report. Our report is to make sure that they're dealing with situations like noise complaints and other types of disturbances that are nonviolent. And I've seen, and others have seen, and I'm a BIPOC person, where the police are called to those situations, and instead of de-escalating, they escalate those situations, especially when BIPOC populations are involved. And so what happens is that when they get to those certain situations as BIPOC people, what happens is that either they're arresting people or they're making the situation worse. So what we want to do is to, as we stated, fully fund. And then what we've had with the other recommendations is to really get at the root of creating spaces that are safe for BIPOC populations, but also for all residents will benefit from a youth empowerment center, from a BIPOC cultural center, from a diversity, equity, inclusion department, right? Because when we're as diverse as possible, as inclusive as possible, everyone wins, right? And so you gave us the charge, and you said that this was a priority. So therefore, how are we going to prioritize the funding for this, right? Because if you gave us a charge and now there's no funding, then why were we doing all of this work since November? Right? So I'm just asking these questions, and these are questions that we need to think through, because we really need to think about the commitment and how to get this accomplished. And so, I mean, I'll stop here, but I hope I've given you a little bit more information to ponder.
Brianna, with your agreement, I would like to call on Mrs. Pat, because she has her hand up.
Yes.
Can people hear me?
If I may call you that, Mrs. Pat. Please.
Oh, okay. Can people hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Okay. So first of all, I want to thank our co-chairs. As you can see tonight, it was done on purpose. We wanted our young generation to take the lead at CSWG. I just want to add to what everybody else have said in terms of why not have the existing overlapping services for us to use that. So my answer to that is that if we look at the town government and the town offices, all we have are white folks who are the administrators. The APD is a white man. We have the white town manager. We have the DPW white man, except for the fire department where we have an African American. And so we are recommending strategically to have CREST program to be a department of its own for alternative public service, where you have a BIPOC director in the same level as the APD chief, the DPW, and so on and so forth. And also for we also want to create another department for the diversity, equity, and inclusion. That department will oversee by a person of color or BIPOC administrator, and will also run the youth empowerment program as well as the BIPOC multicultural center. So that's we need to start creating positions where we have BIPOC folks on the table making decisions in this town that impact all the residents. Right now, it's not happening. The faces with the town council are white. Who are making decisions for the town? They are mostly white administrators. We need to tip the balance. We need to include more BIPOC administrators to be part of the decision making that will benefit everyone. So that's part of the reason. Right now, there are some programs for youth in this town, but it's not our spaces. It is white spaces. It's run by white supervisors or whatever, and it's not encouraging our youth or our families to access those services. And so that's part of what CSWG is trying to accomplish, to get more decision making to be more equalized in this town. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Brianna, can I go on to some other questions and then come back, or?
No, I'd just like to add something very quick. I'll be brief. So I wanted to address Mandy Jo's concern about the mutual aid with the UMass Police Department. I think that's only another reason for the town of Amherst to not feel uncomfortable defunding the APD. We are a town operating with 3 other police departments. Not the overwhelming, but the amount of young people and people in the community who came to our forums to complain about the UMass Police Department and ask for alternatives should be a symbol to the town council that the CRESS program is needed and that college students are probably going to want to use CRESS as well.
I do need to just point out that Hampshire College no longer has a police department. So there are only 2 others in town. Hampshire College has a public safety office, and we now provide police services for them.
Thank you for sharing.
There's also a movement on Amherst College to try to get rid of their police too, which creates another question. Dorothy, Pam?
I want to thank the group for all of your work and your insight, and also for explaining the youth program better. I do think it is a key element of the work that needs to be done, and particularly when you stress it will be BIPOC run, but open to all of the young people of the town. I think it's really important then that all kids can get the kind of support that only some kids get when their parents have the money and the time to drive them around to put together all of the educational and recreational programs that are important. But I just want to say that I support your committee. I also support the Amherst Police Department. I don't know how to do both at this moment, but I think it sounds as if you are trying to do it. Change has to come, but it just has to be equitable somehow. But I do agree that change has to come, and when it comes, it will be big. So that is why I will support your request for the full funding. As I say, I have no idea how we would do it. And I don't want to do it at the cost of the careers of the people in the Amherst Police Department. But I'm hoping that somehow it can be figured out how we can do this big change in a way that's fair and equitable. So thank you.
Shalini?
Yeah, I also want to thank the committee members. I tried to attend quite a few meetings, and I saw the sincerity, the hard work, and the really difficult work that each one of you did. So I think all of us really, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for the work. And also want to thank Jen Moyston and Paul for supporting the committee in the way they did. I think all of us in the council, I can speak for myself at least, want to ensure that the investment we're making, that all of you are making, is going to be successful in serving our goals of safety for all our residents. And with that in mind, I have a couple of questions, one for the committee, one for Paul, and one for police chief, which I don't know if he can get answered now or we can send it to him. And I think what I'm trying to understand, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that we need a radical change in policing, and the CRESS program is exactly what we need. And I'm really proud and looking forward to implementing that and seeing it succeed. My question, where I'm still not clear and need some help, is what is the basis for the number of people that you're proposing in the budget for the CRESS program? Because I heard the number 20% of the calls being directed to CRESS, in which case that would be about $1 million of the budget. And if you compare it with Cahoots, which is in Oregon with a population of 168,000 and has a budget of 2% of the police budget of 66 million, so their budget for Cahoots is 1.3 million. And we're asking for something like 2.8 million, I believe. And so it would be really helpful to understand what is the basis for that number. I did hear someone mention LEAPS, and if that is what is going to provide us the number of calls that will be directed to this program. And So if that's the case, then are we not clear what percentage of the calls are going to be directed at this point? And if you're not clear about that, can we for sure ask for 18 people in the CREST program at this point and shift the budget? And so that's for the committee. The question for Paul is, what do you think is needed to launch this program so it's set up for success? And what, with the budget that you've proposed, how do you plan to implement, or what in this year to make sure that we succeed, that this program succeeds? And the question for the police chief is, what kind and percentage of calls do you see and being moved to CREST, and which calls might involve an overlap of the police and maybe with the fire chief as well? So those are the questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just definitely go to the ones for the Community Safety Working Group. Unless Paul indicates, I would suggest that his plan is to bring something forward on Thursday. And so rather than try to answer that tonight, and although Chief Livingstone has joined us in the audience, unless he indicates to me that he's prepared to answer that question, I would also defer that question until Thursday. So Brianna or Alicia?
I just wanted to make a quick comment and then I'll pass it over to Ms. Walker. Shalini, I think these are really great questions. One of the questions that we were forwarded before this meeting happened was what we have learned from other programs. And I want to emphasize that although Amherst is Amherst and Eugene, Oregon is Eugene, Oregon, the CAHOOTS program has fallen short with the amount of people they're able to serve with that budget. So when we came up with the budget for the CREST program, we were learning from what they did wrong. We wanted to come in at this program with something fully funded that could serve the community immediately, not half of the community, not a quarter of the community, but serve everybody. And that's why that budget was so large. And I know it looks big, and I know it's uncomfortable to move away from the status quo, but we needed this program yesterday.
I also just wanted to add, thank you again also, Shalini, for your comments and questions. I just wanted to address that, yes, you did say something about a radical change in policing, and that is actually the second half of our charge to address actual policing methods and protocols. This is an alternative to policing. So we want, for the people that policing is not working for them, what is their safety service? Who can they call when there's nobody who is there to protect them? And this is the alternative. This is not a change in policing. This is an alternative. What people can use instead of the police when this does not work for them. So I just really wanted to emphasize that. And then I also wanted to share that the estimates that we got for the amount of calls that we expected for CREST to be handling, we got directly from police data that was given to us from the APD. And there was a breakdown of the calls received over the last 5 years, and they were broken down into categories. And so we got that number directly from the number of nonviolent calls received by the Amherst police the last 2 years. It was actually a very similar number, off by almost just 5 calls, I believe, within the last 2 years. And so that would result in 30% of the calls being handled by the CREST program. And so we don't expect this to be an exact number. This was just an estimate that we came up with based off of the data that we have. And we do understand that further research will be needed to determine the exact amount of calls that will be transferred. But just given this, we expect it to be a pretty large number. And so that just also emphasizes the need for funding off the bat, because they won't be able to combat anything with a portion of the funding. And then I also just wanted to say that CAHOOTS, it has a similar goal, but it's an entirely different program. It's inside of their police department. We want this to be completely separate from the police department so that it can be a complete alternative. And so that also leads to the reason why this would be a lot higher in terms of the budget.
Mandy Jo?
I would defer to Russ, who has his hand up. He might want to ask.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Russ?
Yes, and thank you for all your fine questions. One of the differences between the CREST proposal and the CAHOOTS program in Eugene is that that program is contracted out to a mental health agency, and they handle only the mental health and substance abuse type calls. Our program, we're looking at also handling noise complaints and trespass and, that other category that Brianna referred to. I did speak with Amos Irwin at the Law Enforcement Action Partnership. He'd had only a very preliminary look at the Amherst data, but he felt that we were likely to fall within the range that they find for other departments in the 20 to 35% range, and possibly even on the high end of that range. So he wasn't giving me a number, but he said there's no shortage of opportunity in the calls that the APD is currently handling to have things picked up by a CREST program.
Thank you, Russ. Are there any other comments from Community Safety Working Group people on this particular issue? Brianna?
I want to thank everyone for their questions, and I think there are going to be a lot of specific questions that come up. So I want to emphasize what Ms. Ferreira said, that the Community Safety Working Group is willing to iron out details, but you have to give us time. We've done a great amount of work in such a short amount of time, and we want to be part of the hiring process and the implementation of all of these recommendations. We don't want to hand you something vague and let you guys fill in the gaps and create it. We want to be a part of implementing all of this to make it into reality. And in order to do that, the Community Safety Working Group needs to be continued.
Thank you. Mindy Jo?
Yeah, I just have a couple more questions. You, in your report, spoke about a dispatch service. We had some dispatch supervisors and some dispatchers in the budget. But today in your presentation, you said people would access the CREST program by calling 911 or the program directly. And so this goes back to duplication of services. Our 911 dispatch service response is dispatched for not just police right now, it's for police, fire, and EMS. And so I guess my question with that one is, are you looking at creating a duplicate dispatch service that does something different than our 911 dispatchers at this point, or something else? I didn't quite understand that, because that's about $900,000 of the budget from what I could figure out. And so that's a significant amount of the budget for something that I was looking at as potentially duplicative of something we're already providing. And then I want to thank Alicia for talking about what part 2 of your charge is, because I had a lot of questions about how to change policing, not the alternative. And so thank you for mentioning that that is coming later, because I won't ask those questions because I will expect answers to them later. So thank you for mentioning that. And then to Paul, I assume you'll provide this on Thursday, but our charter has a reorganization plan requirement. So just on Thursday, I hope you address whether you intend to file one and about the timing of filing a reorganization plan, and whether that would include a diversity, equity, and inclusion office, and whether that would include a separate department for the CREST program.
Okay, let's begin with the question regarding dispatch. And I'm going to look to Brianna or another member of the committee. Alicia? Yes, Brianna?
Ms. Walker has her hand up, so I'm going to let her.
Okay, please.
So this is another one of the details that we don't have a definite answer on, but we did offer a suggestion because a few of the members, one of myself being included, had the chance to actually visit the dispatch center, and we were able to learn how it works there. And so there is the ability to use the current dispatching services and their system, and there is a way to keep it separate from police records and to keep it confidential so that police data is not being accessed with CREST data, and there is a way for us to access their switchboards but have our own line. So we've talked about some of these things, and so it is a possibility, but we want people to be able to call CREST directly also. And so I'm not sure if that necessarily needs the entire switchboard and all of the equipment also again, but just so that they have the option to connect directly with CREST. But that also, if you're in a pinch and you just call 911 and you're not familiar with CREST, but what you're really needing is CREST services, that you can call 911 and they will know that this call should be dispatched to CREST.
Okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Pat, you had your hand up, and so I'm going to call on you.
Okay, I was going to say some of the stuff that Alicia just stated. When we start the CREST program, not everybody will have the new CREST number to call. So we want to make sure that people are still able to access CREST services if they call 911. We hope that in years to come, people will get used to calling CREST directly. So we don't see this as a duplication of services, but complementary is the way we say it. Thank you.
And Deborah Farah, you have your hand up also.
Yes, thank you. And I think I'm going to kind of, say some of the similar things. Thank you, Alicia and Ms. Pat, for already kind of highlighting some of those. And for me, it's just to kind of give you all the sense of when we were writing this, it was more so because we also wanted, as we said, CREST to be a separate program from the police, but people to feel comfortable to contact CREST directly, because from all of the research, from all of the information that we got from community members, from the forums, from surveys, and from 7th Generation talking with community members, right, is that the fact that they distrust the police, that they inferior them, they get dehumanized by the police, that they get treated differently than other residents in Amherst. And so therefore we need to make sure that there's dispatchers also at CREST, right? Dispatchers that have the equipment there, that are able to get the information. And as Ms. Pat said, obviously it's going to have to ramp up because people are not going to know the CREST number right away. So the other part too is that we need to make sure that there's a full media campaign, education campaign, marketing campaign to let people know about CREST, right? To let people know that Amherst trusts CREST and that we want them to be able to handle these types of calls. And so we need to make sure that dispatchers, and that's why we said one supervisor per shift along with 2 dispatchers, because calls are going to be coming into CREST separately, as well as 911 is going to get calls that obviously they're going to have to decide whether it goes to CREST or whether it goes to the police. But why we put that funding in there is to make sure that CREST, as an independent program, has sufficient staff and has the equipment available to be able to be responsive. And I'm sure that that is going to ramp up as people know more about CREST and the word gets out there to the community that CREST is fully functional.
Shalini, you have your hand up. You're muted.
Okay, I had a couple of other questions, and so this may be more pertaining to the June report, but if you don't want to answer them now, but just keep a note of it, or if you want me to send it later, I can do that. But one of the questions I had was like, if you're looking for more diversity in our staff, and specifically speaking to police department, because I was just thinking if a person of color wants to join the police department so that we have more diversity in the remaining police department, then, and we're freezing the hiring, if you've thought about that, and you don't have to answer it now, but that was one question coming up, that how can we have more diversity even in the police? So yeah. And then the second question I had was, this is, I think, more pertaining to the police chief again. Are any particular officers disproportionately implicated in community complaints and concerns? And maybe you all already have those answers. We know that in places like Philadelphia, Chicago, relatively small number of officers account for a large share of our use of force complaints, and that fuels the bad apple claims, but it also fuels the systemic problems and concerns if and when nothing is done to remove or at least discipline these officers. So that was something maybe for the police chief. And the third question I had was, and this I'm speaking as a qualitative researcher myself, having taught qualitative research and grounded theory, that it would be helpful to, like, it seems like the concerns, and I think Mr. Russ, Vernon Jones raised that question, that the concerns were due to experiences, were they due to personal experiences or experience nationally, and separating what the locus of concern is will really help the police and help us facilitate solutions to address the problems that are unique to Amherst. Because as it stands, the report, the statements that are there, about 80 to 85% of the statements are general and not pertaining to people's lived experiences in Amherst. And I think it's really important to separate the two, because the solutions will be different based on what the issues were.
Dr. Sonia Johnson.
Sanji.
Sanji.
Sanji, thank you. Johnson,
Thank you.
is it Anderson?
Anderson, yes.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So in terms of the, first of all, I want to remind us all that the BIPOC community, talking about the experiences of police interaction, renders them a vulnerable community, because there is overwhelming fear, overwhelming unwillingness even to come forward and to speak those experiences. We had to retain the services of a licensed therapist, because the experiences are re-traumatizing. Also, so we tried as best as we could to protect the identities of the participants in our study. And we promised that in the informed consent, that their identities and many of the experiences that they shared with us are of such a specific nature that were we to give the full measure of those quotes, that they would run the risk of being identified. So I want to assure us all that the experiences and many of the comments that the respondents made, although those comments may appear to you to be sort of a general nature, that these are comments that directly relate to the experiences that our participants have had with APD and UMass Police. So that is what we want to assure you. We take very seriously the confidentiality of our participants, and that's what, and we'll stick to that.
Thank you, Shalini.
Oh, I think Dr. Shabazz has a comment as well.
Okay, where are you? There you are. Dr. Shabazz, please.
Sorry, hello. I wanted to address the issue of complaints in the police department. Part of our research did reveal, of course, not only is there fear in terms of interactions with the police by the BIPOC and AAPI community, they also fear going to the police and lodging a complaint. One, having to do with they feel it goes nowhere once you complain, but also a feeling of safety. And within our research, in 2014, the former chief of police of Boston came into this community to consult with the police, both the UMass Police Department and the town police department, after the Blarney blowout situation. And one of his recommendations that was never taken up was to have a formal complaint process. That has never been taken up within the police department in a way that allows for safety and anonymity and a feeling that there won't be reprisals against citizens and residents who file complaints. So that is a fact. It is in the report, and that has never been something that we as a town have actually instituted in some way to have our citizens and residents feel safe in doing. Thank you.
Shelley, I'm sorry, Brianna, you have your hand up also.
I just want to address the concern about hiring. I'm sure that we'll be able to address that more thoroughly in the second part of our charge, but I do want to just read you this section that we sent out to the town council ahead of time in regards to hiring. So we're recommending that hiring decisions for CRESS be made by a committee that includes the director of the CRESS program, BIPOC community members from the Community Safety Working Group, and the director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. The CRESS program will prioritize bilingual candidates. So to kind of counterpart the chief of police difficulties in recruiting diverse candidates, I think the CRESS program will enlarge the pool of candidates to promote diversity and safety services in Amherst. And I also want to say, I do understand your concern about these being national trends and not unique to Amherst, but I'm just wondering, like, are we going to wait for somebody to die at the hands of police before we take this serious? For Newton, Massachusetts, what really activated this type of reform and change was waiting until somebody died. And I just don't want somebody to lose a member of our community to wait to change.
Can I just speak
Shelley,
to
yes.
that? Yes. So the reason I'm raising that question is, of course, not to, as you suggested, that we wait for, but it's to actually identify what are the specific, because even after we defund the police and what is remaining of the police, if we don't solve for the challenges like the complaint process, for example, that's a very specific process and system failure that needs to be put in place. And so in terms of what we're hearing from people, I think it's really important to understand what are the specific experiences of people. And I understand and appreciate the concern of concealing the identity of people. But when when there are statements like police don't need to acknowledge their biases before they kill Black people, or good police officers are still maintaining oppressive systems, I think it would be helpful to show these statements as a separate category, but not as people's lived experiences, because we know in Amherst so far, and hopefully in the future, there will be no violent experiences of people. So I'm just saying that it's, in order to actually correct the systems and processes and practices, it is going to be really helpful and valuable to separate out the lived experiences from people's impressions based and fears, and which are very legit fears. I am not disputing that at all.
So can I speak?
Yes, Dee.
Thank you. So I believe Dr. Sanji Johnson Anderson tried to provide the reason why many of these sound like generalities. The things that offered more specificity, Shalini, basically identifies with much clarity the interactions that were negative in some very harmful ways with the residents of Amherst. So I agree with you that it would be helpful to identify the issues that need correcting specifically. But first off, we were unable to do that safely without then identifying the situations that these folks were caught up in with the police. And so we did not include them for that reason, because we actually created contracts with our community ambassadors who then went out to interview these within their affinity groups. And we had to guarantee their feeling of safety. And we did that as the researchers that we are. And so we continue to do that. But I do agree with you that at some point, we were not able to do it within a 2 months time, and also doing the work that we were tasked to do within 4 weeks, analyze, and then write up a report to have it to you today, right? So if given more time, I think it would be helpful to parse that out, not only in terms of, you know, good research practices that I believe we did do and we stuck to and we accomplished within 2 months. But it could be much more helpful in terms of giving you the specificity in which to offer some more corrective, you know, practices and policies. So this could be something to do in the future, just as Brianna and Alicia have outlined, continuing the CSWG as a means to extend this community engaged type of research that is sorely needed here in Amherst.
Dr. Sanjeev Johnson Walker, would you like to say anything else on that?
I took my hand down because I absolutely endorse Dr. Shabazz's response.
Thank you. Deborah Ferreira, did you have anything else you wanted to say on that?
Yes, I do. First, I mean, I want to say that I think you asked about like the diversity in the police department. I think some of these questions we're going to be dealing with it in our second part of our charge. That's not anything that we were charged to deal with the first part, right? First part was kind of deal with alternatives to public safety services, and that's what we're focusing on. But the June 30th report, we will go into diversity, we'll go into hiring, we'll go into, you know, all those other aspects around reforming, right, the organizational structure of the police department. Now, in terms of what 7Gen did, and I want to applaud them again, you know, for the work that they did and what they included in their report, which, you know, they took so much care and sensitivity to really make sure that they had a therapist, because this was all, I have to, you know, make sure to impress upon you all how re-traumatizing it was for them to go talk to folks. I mean, I think they explained it, how they weren't even able to, you know, at the first time going out, get people to even come and talk to them. Because why? Because people are afraid. I don't know how many times I have to say this throughout this presentation that we've had, and my response. People are afraid of the police. They're afraid that they're going to be retaliated against. They're going to be profiled. They're going to be harassed. They're going to be pursued. They're going to be intimidated. And when they have interaction with the police, it is long-term traumatization, right? And not only within the 7th generation report, but also in our public forums. I don't know if you all had a chance to hear the two public forums that we had. Countless people said that they no longer come to Amherst because they're afraid of the interactions with police if they are BIPOC. They do not come into our town. I think I want to pause there. Let's say this again. People are afraid to come into Amherst if they are BIPOC, if they are younger, if they look a certain way, right? They're afraid they are going to be harassed, intimidated, profiled, retaliated by the police. Okay? That's why 7Gen had to take so much care about the comments that they had in there, which are specifically to Amherst in interaction with the police, not nationally, not globally, right here in Amherst. I know that it's difficult for you all and for folks to really understand that this is happening right here in this town, that I've heard over and over again, because I've been here over 23 years and even longer, because my brothers came to UMass when I was 8 years old. So I've been coming to this area for a very long time. time for like 40 years. And it's always looked upon as the happy valley, right? Happy valley for who? Who's a happy resident, right? Are we saying happy valley for everyone? Or are we saying happy valley for just a few? Few that look like a certain group that have owners of property? Those are the ones that we're saying are happy. So we need to really, hone in and start really thinking about, what we're doing here and the charge that we were given, and the fact that you all stated that you all are committed to making this an inclusive, town, that this is going to be an inclusive town for everyone. So why are we continuing to kind of, talk about these things in the abstract, as opposed to really focusing in on the information that we provided, that is there, and the charge that we were given, and the fact that we were responsive to this charge, and in creating something, because again, we weren't charged to create the same program. You were charged to create something different, right? Because the same program of what has been in place has failed. Let's be clear. That has failed. That does not work, because people are saying they do not feel safe. So if people in our town are saying they do not feel safe, then we need to create something that will make them feel safe. So now our charge, and what I'm putting onto you all, right, and what I'm charging you all, town council, and the rest of the members in this community that are not BIPOC, is to really think, how are we going to get this done? How are we going to make this happen? How are we going to make this a priority? And really stop with the quibbling. We need to stop with the quibbling and really get to how are we going to get this done? Because we've provided ample information through the public forums, the surveys, and 7Gen saying that this is a need and this is a priority. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Deborah. I am going to now go to the audience, but I'm going to be very clear. We are only going to have public comment for about 15 minutes. If we do not, we've already had 2 hours of public comment about defunding the police last week. So this needs to be about what's been proposed, the Community Safety Working Group, and their serious and terrific efforts over some very, very intense months come forward. So I'm going to ask, the first person is Angelica Castro. Please enter the room, state your name, where you live, and please keep your comments to 2 minutes so we have time for everybody. Angelica, you need to unmute so we can hear you. There you go.
I apologize. Did I accidentally raise my hand?
You did.
Okay. Well, I guess it was meant to be because I didn't press it. So I guess I would just say really supporting. Oops. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Just supporting what's been said. Deborah had mentioned I've grown up here. Well, I raised my 4 children here since they were 1 and 3, and they're 2 older, 24, 22, 16 and 14. And so I think I just wanted to support what folks were saying around, I know that there's a lot of fear and trauma. And so, and I hear that all the time. I do a lot of trainings around diversity, equity, inclusion with organizations, Greenfield Savings Bank, Amherst Chamber of Commerce, just a lot of businesses here. And we hear that from, BIPOC staff, in terms of white supremacy culture, but also, BIPOC residents and customers. And so I just wanted to, kind of really think about it as really getting that it's systemic. It's not just the Amherst Police Department. It's not just, businesses, but it's really, it runs deep, so I just wanted to support what was being said, and just wanted to also just show my gratitude for the Community Service Working Group for all the work that they're doing. I know a lot of them, and they're so dedicated and committed to doing this work. to represent our voices. So I just wanted to, as a BIPOC, a long-term resident, and graduated from UMass Mount Holyoke College. I teach at UMass and Mount Holyoke College as well. And I just wanted to support everything that they were saying and for their work, and also for 7th Gen. And thank you.
Thank you for joining us this evening, Angelica. Nadine, I am actually going to skip you since you got to speak at general public comment on this very issue. And I want to make sure others who have not had an opportunity to speak or have an opportunity. We are limiting your comments to 2 minutes. Lauren, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Yes, hi. My name is Lauren Mills. I live in South Amherst, and I've spoken before on town council. And I just want to say that I thought that the presentation was thorough and very, well researched, and I really appreciate all those who contributed to it, from the CSWG. And I just had a few things from the presentation that I want to say. One is that if you want this group to answer and know all of these questions, then there shouldn't be a question of giving them more funds to, get these questions answered that you continue to ask. And especially with the diversity of the police, we're not, from my standpoint, I think people of color are not trying to reform, or we're not trying to reform the police, and we do need an alternative. So again, if there's any other, research that needs to be done, then the group needs to have the full funding to do that work. And also there's something that came to mind was the saying that you need to stop trying to get in where you don't fit in. And I just don't think that communities of color want to try to fit in white spaces. Not that we don't want to be inclusive, but we need our own spaces. So also, I just wanted to say that I hope that with the recommendations that there is trauma-informed care that is given to the dispatchers. And also I do have an interest in finding out, how does the police department, how do they deal with trauma, and how are they informed about trauma? And also, I just lastly wanted to say that I think the way that police respond and the way that, communities of color feel, that it is about fear management, it is about managing pain. And sometimes racism is what harm others have done to you, but also what you do to, try to reinforce, not reinforce, but how you deal with the harm that has been inflicted upon you. Sometimes, those who deal with substance abuse are inflicting more harm because they're dealing with pain. And so I really think that going forward, that trauma-informed care and dispatchers and the police department need to recognize that they need to have training in that area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I want to remind the rest of the people, we're going to limit you to 2 minutes. We've not even had a break, and we still have an additional rest of our agenda to accomplish tonight. Allegra, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Allegra Clark. I'm a resident of District 2. I just wanted to thank the Community Safety Working Group for all their hard work, as well as the 7 Gen Movement Collective for their consulting. I obviously am in full support of the recommendations made by the group, and I I really just want to speak to the fact that the Community Safety Working Group needs to be extended beyond September. Obviously, they put a lot of care into their work, and they need to be the people in charge of implementing their recommendations, because we see tonight, even still with this beautiful report and this well thought out, well researched, put together in 2 months project and proposal, that people are still questioning whether there's violence in policing in Amherst. And I just want to say carrying guns is violent. Ms. Ferreira talking to her 10-year-old about how to engage and be fearful of the police, that's violence. Mr. Cage being 15 years old and already having experiences with the police, that is violence. And that is why the Community Safety Working Group should be in charge of their recommendations as opposed to any other body that's currently operating in Amherst. That's it.
Thank you. Alex Lefebvre, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Alex Lefebvre. I live in District 3. I'm a trustee of the Jones Library and a member of the Joint Capital Planning Committee, but I'm speaking tonight as an individual. I want to first express my deep gratitude to the Community Safety Working Group. Joining any town board is a tremendous amount of work. This group, however, had the added context of being tasked with developing and presenting solutions in a very short period of time to change structures, systems, and cultures that have been embedded into the fabric of this community for hundreds of years, while exposing themselves to potential trauma and triggering conversations. I want to first state that I'm a firm believer in the importance of and vital impact that the creation of a standalone BIPOC-led youth empowerment and cultural center would have for Amherst youth. Secondly, I'm going to assume that we all agree, at least on some level, for the need to unbundle police services and redirect some of their duties, as well as their funding, to some type of community responder program. While I appreciate the initial proposed measures from the town manager, and it sounds like more might be coming after the Finance Committee meeting, implementing the recommendations of the CSWG is a tremendous commitment and necessarily will require us to make dramatic rather than incremental shifts. As referenced in the presentation tonight, in December of 2020, the Town Council approved a resolution affirming the Town of Amherst's commitment to end structural racism and achieve racial equity for Black residents. In that resolution, they acknowledged the trauma inflicted on Black community members by persistent white supremacist ideology that results in psychological harm affecting educational, economic, health, and social outcomes. A member of the CSWG made a comment in a meeting that has really struck with me about Amherst choosing to fund roads over people. A budget is a moral statement of our priorities and reflects the values of our community. I hope we can use this budget to show our BIPOC and AAPI community members that the town's priorities lie in all community members feeling safe, secure, and included, and equity is a reality rather than just an idea. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Alex. Michelle Miller, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
My name is Michelle Miller, and I'm a District 1 resident and co-founder of Reparations for Amherst. Tomorrow is the 1-year death anniversary of George Floyd, the event that set the work of the Community Safety Working Group in motion. At that time, there was a very powerful feeling throughout the country that change in policing was necessary. Some cities and towns defunded the police immediately without any period of study. Amherst said, let's really look at this. Let's create a body that will understand what this community needs and make recommendations to our policy leaders. For the past 6 months, this group did exactly that. They worked within the system and delivered on their charge with intelligence and courage. I tuned into many of their meetings, and I can personally attest to the deep and thoughtful work they did in the midst of their own personal pain that arose throughout the process. I understand there is a long, friendly history between white people in the Amherst community and the police, which makes it difficult for even reasonable folks to support the concept of defunding the police, which, like the term reparations, is often misunderstood and unfortunately politically charged. I've heard fellow community members say they support these changes in communities where the possibility of violence is greater, but not in our peaceful community with the caliber of police department we have. From my perspective, exactly why we are positioned to adopt the CREST program in Amherst and become a model for other similar communities. This is an opportunity for our community to be empowered to come together and work cooperatively with the police to serve all of our neighbors more justly and equitably. No one loses. Change takes time, and we're all grappling with our own hangups, but we can do this, counselors, thoughtfully, responsibly, and sustainably. And yes, it may feel a bit uncomfortable for a period of time, but like many worthwhile endeavors, discomfort leads to positive growth. I believe in us, Amherst. And one last final comment, I would point people that are listening, if they haven't had a chance to look at the report's fantastic. But for people who want some more like really specific concrete data, I would point them to page 11 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Zoe, I believe it's Zoe Crabtree. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Can I be heard in this moment?
Yes, you can.
Awesome. Thank you. My name is Zoe Crabtree. I live in District 5. I want to start by thanking the CSWG for all of the emotional and intellectual labor that you've done over the past 6 months. You've worked tirelessly, and this report is amazing, and you shouldn't have had to make it in the first place. I also want to thank 7gen MC and the community ambassadors and the participants who contributed to the 7gen MC report. And a special thanks to the fortitude of everyone on the CSWG and 7gen MC that you provided in your answers this evening. I believe that the CREST program should be fully funded, and I appreciate hearing from at least Darcy, Alyssa, Mandy, Jo, and Dorothy. I might be missing someone, but at least those folks all recommending this evening that CREST should have more than $130,000 in fiscal year 22. I hope to see each of you who made that claim tonight follow through that sentiment with action. Additionally, I want to make clear that the DEI office, the Youth Empowerment Center, and Cultural Center are vital pieces of the CSWG's recommendations. Their purpose in creating an environment of widespread safety for everyone, as opposed to a reaction to a violence that has already occurred, will be a great benefit to our community. I also wanted to point out that earlier in this meeting, Town Manager Bockelman said that work on figuring out how we might phase in the CREST program was being done internally. I want to make sure that internally includes the CSWG and is not does not exclude them, because they've made it very clear both that their recommendations should not be phased in over years, but also that they would like to be involved in the implementation of their recommendations. So that is all to say, I am in full support of all of their recommendations, and I think it's been made very clear tonight and last week and last year that we need to, as Brianna said, have this done yesterday.
Thank you for your comments, Zoe. Sid Ferreira, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Sid Ferreira, and I'm in North Prospect Street in Amherst, a resident of Amherst for over 40 years, counting my student years, and currently the co-director of the ABC program. I also want to thank, the Community Safety Working Group and 7gen and all the other folks who have contributed towards this report. There's not much that I can add to what has been said, but one thing that I want to say is that I've heard lots of people say we committed. To me, there is a difference between commitment and priority. What I would encourage everyone is to make this recommendation a priority, because when it's made a priority, it means that that's the first thing on the agenda to be taken care of. We all have bosses, and I know that when our bosses says this is a priority, we all get to those things. we are in meetings where people say, we committed. Yeah, we committed to a bunch of things, and when we get to them, we get to them. But once it's made a priority, then we get to those things. So I would encourage, everyone who is involved in making this happening to make it a priority and to implement all the recommendations, all of them, not just 1, 2, or 3, but all of them of the safety community safety working group, because there's a lot of us watching outside of this committee, and we want to make sure that we have an equitable community in Amherst that is fair for all. So again, want to encourage everyone to make this a priority and put it on top of your agenda and implement all of the recommendations made by the group. Thank you. Have a good night.
Sid, thanks for joining us this evening. One last comment from Carolyn Murray. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much. This was really an incredible presentation. My name is Caroline Murray, and I live at Amity Place. I have been a resident of Amherst for 38 years. And I would just like to very briefly pull up some numbers. I was looking at the budget, and in FY15, the social service budget was $1.8 million, and the police budget was 4.5. In FY21, the social service budget had been cut down to 1.5, and the police budget had been increased to 5.3. That is an example of how the town of Amherst is not prioritizing the people who live here. When I was raising my 2 children here, I received a subsidy for my childcare from the town of Amherst. My children attended leisure services activities with a subsidy from the town of Amherst. My neighbor who was getting evicted received a rent subsidy from the town of Amherst. None of those things are available anymore. And what we're facing now with the need for police accountability and the CREST program is all part of the same concept that Amherst has been gentrifying and prioritizing those with money and with privilege over the rest of the residents here, including, of course, the BIPOC residents. So I would just like to remind us that the budget is a moral document. We cannot continue to pass resolution after resolution without putting money behind those resolutions. When we say that we believe in justice, that means policy, and policy costs money. I fully support the CREST program, and I really urge this council to support it as well by fully funding it. And I just want to close by saying one of the most important things that Amherst did recently was support the Amherst Sanctuary Bill. It took a lot of hard work, and it took some really courageous leadership. This is the exact same requirement for courageous leadership. Amherst, continue to lead us, and the town will be here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to just come back and conclude this section by saying to the community safety.
Lynn, before you make that comment, can I just make one last closing comment?
Sure.
I just want to beg you to consider the treatment of the community safety working group when we present our second part of our charge. The fact that you're controlling public comment after we present our report is an example of how white supremacy operating. Several council members have asked why people don't share their experiences, and you controlling public comment is a clear illustration of why. So I hope for our next part of our charge, there can be more time for public comment, community support to be spoken, lived experience to be heard, and for us to not squeeze in or consolidate our work.
Thank you. I want to thank you all for your very thoughtful report and the comments tonight. We will reconvene on this topic with the full council welcome, but with the Finance Committee on Thursday. The focus on Thursday will be predominantly, and in fact, on the line item for the CREST program or the initiation of the CREST program. And we are expecting the town manager to provide us with some additional information and proposals for how that program could be developed. D.
Thank you. I really just want to express my appreciation to the public that took time out, staying up late, as you all are as well, and offering their responses and comments. It's going to be really important as the CSWG works to make this happen, to have the public be a part of this. I want to make one last comment about the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office that I see as crucial to bring Amherst into the 21st century. We have almost 50% BIPOC, AAPI, and English language learners in the school district. If we are to retain this rich diversity, to not only stay in this area as families, but to return here and have memories of being here and wanting to raise their families here. We must move into the 21st century and have a diversity, equity, and inclusion office to look at hiring, entrepreneurial activities, art, etc., on down the line. Because what we have now is simply, as my colleagues have stated over and over again, a replication of white spaces where people of color and AAPI and Indigenous folks have to negotiate on a daily basis. So I leave you with that charge as our elected officials. Be thoughtful. Understand the budget is a moral issue and that these young people are the future. And I'm so proud to have them in this town.
Thank you. Deborah?
I wanted to also thank Alicia and Brianna for such a spectacular presentation. I mean, they were just, phenomenal. And obviously all of us, for all our hard work, all the members of the CSWG and all of those that stayed up to listen in and to show their support and to say that, people are watching and people are taking note in terms of what's happening here. So hopefully, town council and others will really, take heed and really think through thoughtfully. One question that I have for the town council though, is why are we only focusing on CREST on Thursday? Why aren't we focusing on the budget for all our recommendations? And if Thursday is only on CREST, when are we talking about the other recommendations? Because again, we have made recommendations for all those recommendations to be fully funded and fully staffed and fully resourced.
Thank you. Pat?
Just quickly.
Go ahead, please.
Just quickly, I just want to echo what everybody has said. Thank you for our young coaches. What I observe is that it's a white supremacy having the town council not devoting tonight just for CSWG, rather squeezing other topics. If you really, really respect CSWG, who are made up of many BIPOC folks, you should have allowed tonight to just devote it to what we have to say and to the public and not restrict anybody to say what they want to say. So I just see history happening all over again for more than 35 years at least in this town. From the school committee to the business community, we don't have any power. You guys make all the decision. You set this meeting tonight, and then you have other items included. How many times do you see faces like me, come to this meeting? Why couldn't you give us that respect tonight and just have the agenda to be CSWG presentation, period? So when we talk about white supremacy, this is an example of that. Good night.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break and come back and deal with the rest of our agenda. We are going to move on to the other action items. The first is the water and sewer rates. We have a item in our packet that is in fact the financial order for water and sewer rates. And the motion is to adopt approval order FY 22-10, an order setting water and sewer rates to be effective July 1, 2021, as recommended by the Finance Committee report of May 17th, 2021. Since I've read the motion, is there a second?
Haneke seconds.
Thank you. Athena, could you show the order on the screen, please? And Andy, while we're doing that, do you want to weigh in with the Finance Committee report?
Yes, unfortunately, the Finance Committee report was in a prior packet, and I don't think it got included in this packet. And it was the May 17th meeting, and that was the date on the report. And I think in the committee was recommending both of the, it was recommending this order, which encompasses the rates. And there was some additional information that was provided within the Finance Committee report that adds to information that is otherwise in the packet for this meeting. And part of it was rate projections through FY 26, and on both water and sewer, that was provided during the Finance Committee meeting with Guilford and assistant and the other and his staff. That was very important. The other thing that I just want to point out, and then I'll turn it back over to Lynn, is that we were provided information at that Finance Committee meeting that had to do with what will happen to the average and median water and sewer bills for ratepayers. And it was Amy Rusecki who deserves the credit, because apparently it was a lot of work to produce this information. But what she reported to us is that the median Amherst water bill will go from $239 a year to $262 a year, an increase of $23. And the median sewer bill will go from $262 a year to $279 a year, an increase of 17. And of course, we all know that median is the halfway point when you stack from top to bottom the ratepayers, and is sort of a good sense of what what's going to affect a lot of people. So that gives you a sense of the dollar amounts that are involved. So thank you. Lynn?
Thank you. Alyssa?
I just wanted to clarify that, of course, we had all read that information in preparation for last week's meeting because we believed we were going to be acting at last week's meeting. And in fact, Athena did very helpfully ensure that that information was placed in the public packet yesterday. So it, as far as I know, or it was earlier this morning. At any rate, that information is all there in the public packet and has been.
Thank you, Alyssa.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Thank you, Athena.
Right. Dorothy? Please unmute.
Okay. Just wanted to add that we had much discussion about the rising rates and compared them to the rates in other towns and found that they were in fact lower than the highest. And that one of the things we expect from a good government is planning and planning ahead. And this increase in the water rate reflects long-term planning to make sure that Amherst always has an adequate water supply. And I think of this when I listen to the news, which is of towns whose whole water supply will be disappearing. This is out west primarily, in the next few years. And I just want to say thank you, Guilford, and your department for your long-term planning on this.
Andy Jo?
Yeah, I first want to thank the DPW and the water department for providing and calculating the actual average and actual median in our town. That was very helpful for me. And I just had a question that about a year ago, if not a little more, I think we were provided with potential alternatives for rate structures for water and sewer. And I thought that we were going to get the feasibility of that for this year. And so I saw in the report that they will do it for next year. And so I just want to make sure that it will get done by the time we have to do these votes again next year, because I'm just concerned that it seems to be pushing forward each year to the next year.
I certainly am glad to have somebody else join in this. We delayed it because the skewed nature of the water usage this year because of COVID. It was not with any malicious intent. But there has been discussion at the Finance Committee that we will in fact undertake that this coming year. Is there any other comment on that from a counselor? Are there any other questions? Then, yes, Kathy.
Yeah, I just wanted to build on what you said, Mandy, and I can share it with the rest of the council as well. We have done a memo to ask for looking at some possible alternative scenarios, a few, and we're planning on, as I understood it, is we'll have what people felt is some decent data and capacity to do it by this summer. But Lynn, we're going to still have to use a year or so use rates. We're not going to, it's not a delay just because of the use rates. We could always model it off of the old rates, but it'll give us a sense of what ifs. If we change it this way or that, how would it affect long-term rates? And I'd be happy to share it with you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments from councilors? Seeing none, then I'm going to start the vote on this, and I'm starting with Darcy Dumont.
Sorry, yes.
Lynn Grease Mercy, yes. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shalini Balmilne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
The vote is 13-0-0 with no absence. We're moving on to the Pomeroy Village intersection. This is the second time this is on the agenda. I'm going to read the motion and look for a second. To direct the town manager to proceed with an intersection design as a single lane roundabout designed with consideration of the reports of the Transportation Advisory Committee and the Disability Access Advisory Committee at the intersection of West Street and Pomeroy and West Pomeroy Lanes, with the town council to review 25 and 75% schematic designs. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
Thank you. Questions? Kathy.
Could you explain to me what the review at 25 and 75% actually means in terms of an ability to rethink this. And let me say the reason why is I remain very concerned that when you have children walking across the road, bicycles walking across the road, that yes, I understand traffic circles are a good calming device, but the interaction with pedestrian and with children is not a good mix. And so I want to know more about whether we have an opportunity to look at this again. And then we heard one business, only one, I will worry about the amount of land that we might have to take in terms of how it interacts with current businesses in the area, both access to the business. So is this the last time we'll see it? What does it mean when we get 25%? So that's my question.
Paul, shall I just go to Guilford? Guilford, please. Please unmute.
So what we expect to happen is that we've already got the draft survey in. We're kind of trying to take the draft survey and place it in with the plans. We also have some basic starting traffic counts. Once we have those fleshed out and have them more finalized, we'll have the 25% drawings together. You'll be able to see basically what we think is going to be the impact of doing the roundabout on the properties, and you'll also be able to look at we'll be able to look at the numbers of crossings and so forth to see if we need to change anything about pedestrian safety. That'll be the 25% drawings, and then we can go on to 75. 75 is really, it's all basically done by 75%, and we're just finalizing the little crossing the T's and dotting the I's. So when you see the 25%, that's going to be the big chance for you to weigh in on seeing what our impact will be on properties and a little bit about what we're planning on doing for pedestrians.
Do you have foot traffic information as well as traffic information?
We tried to get we're having a hard time getting both, actually. So we're actually reaching back to older counts, and we're using some escalators to make some more sensible numbers out of it.
Okay. Kathy, did you have another question?
No, that was my main question, and I voiced my concern.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Dorothy?
I have some concerns. I know that a lot of good work has gone into this, but just to double check, I've been very concerned about the children crossing at a rotary. I took a little drive a few days ago to take a look at it just in terms of the rotary. And what I found was it was flat. So I didn't see any people speeding down a hill or up a hill. And I thought, if you want to calm traffic, you just need to put a speed bump before you get to the intersection, and you could do it with a simple traffic light. So I'm just, I am not an expert, and I know the experts have weighed in on this, but I still think that roundabouts are very difficult for children and people on bicycles to do, and there's a lot of children activity that goes on in that area. So just expressing that.
Dorothy, did you want to finish? You seem to.
Yeah, all of a sudden I got muted. I don't even know where it stopped. I just said I want to express my concern because I worry about children and people on bicycles, and there seem to be quite a number of them in that area, and Amherst Montessori and other children and childcare groups. So I just want them to keep that in mind, that if you could do traffic calming by adding a speed bump before a traffic light.
Thank you. Alyssa.
I want to mention two things. One is that the concerns that are continued to be expressed were thoroughly discussed at TSO. They're not new concerns. I understand people may not feel like their concerns have been finally addressed, and obviously people are still allowed to have concerns, but they're not new concerns. Yes, we did think of all that. Yes, we did talk about that. Yes, we did look at some traffic data information that indicate engineering studies, et cetera. So there is that balance between our individual comfort levels with what seems right to us the idea of suddenly putting I will say, the idea of suddenly putting a speed bump at an intersection is certainly not something we ever discussed. But in terms of child access, bicycle access, et cetera, and we are not trying to go into this just guessing it's going to be fine. It's because we believe it's going to be fine based on engineering practices that are out there. And again, why I was one of the people who pushed to ensure that we see the 25% design so people could have a much clearer idea. The other point I want to make sure is, I understand it's not part of the motion, but I want to make sure it's clear in terms of process, is I don't want the 25% design to come back to town council until after TAC and DAAC have had a chance to look at it. Because I would rather they looked at it at their meetings with their level of expertise before it came back to the full town council.
Darcy.
Yeah, I've had a really hard time with this decision because so many of my constituents in District 5 expressed reservations, and because business and property owners opposed it. And I think it's a little crazy to put one at a simple intersection of two streets. And I also think our staff's time is better used elsewhere. But in spite of all of that, I have decided that I'm going to vote for it because I want to show confidence in our Transportation Advisory Committee recommendation. I trust it. They put a lot of hard work into it and to researching it and making the recommendation. And also because, there's a really good report that came out from FERCog that goes into all of the details also. And it appears from the tax research and from that report that generally the research indicates that opposers turn into supporters soon after the installation of roundabouts. So I'm feeling less concerned about my own constituents because it feels like they will probably change their minds after they get the roundabout. That's what I'm hoping.
Okay. Thank you, Darcy. Evan.
So this has been an interesting process, speaking from my role as a member of TSO, because what I found very quickly from the public comments in the forum and Engage Amherst was that pretty much everyone was on the same page as to what our priorities were. Pretty much everyone prioritized pedestrian safety, bicycle safety. Then where they differed was which of the two options was the better way to achieve that. And so you heard in public forums, people say, I think pedestrian safety is the most important, and that's why I support a signalized intersection. And then the very next person would say, pedestrian safety is the most important, and that's why I prefer a roundabout. And so it reminded me of a statement that I heard from a very wise drag queen once, who said, all opinions are valid, but not all opinions are equal. And so when you think about that, everyone's opinion on this was valid, everyone's concerns were valid, everyone's experiences with roundabouts and intersections were valid. But because they were so divergent, I think I had to personally default to the opinions of the experts on this and people who have researched this. Darcy put a really interesting literature review in the TSO packet that I read through. And the research is pretty conclusive on this, that roundabouts are better for traffic calming, they're better for pedestrian safety, they're better for bicycle safety. And that's not just national level experts, but I also want to second what Darcy said. We have incredible experts on our Transportation Advisory Committee, and they came down on roundabouts are safer. So if, our decision as a council is, what are our priorities, what are our community priorities, and how do we meet that? And the community made their priorities pretty clear: pedestrian safety, bicycle safety. They had different opinions on which was the better option, but looking at the research, looking at the expertise, even within our own committee, community on the Transportation Advisory Committee, it's pretty clear that the roundabout, despite people's varying opinions, despite people's different experiences, is the better way to achieve that. And so that's why I came out of TSO pretty strongly in support of the roundabout.
Shalini.
And also want to just talk about the, addressing concerns for people with disabilities. And is that something that it sounds like that's going to be addressed? And I just wanted to make sure that that has been agreed upon, that will be addressed. Like the speaker, when they're crossing, there'll be voice activation and things like that.
Guilford,
Oh, you're muted.
please unmute.
I keep it right there, but then all of a sudden I move. My picture moves. I lose it. I'm not as gifted as you guys are doing this. Sorry. So yes, we've talked to our vendor. We've worked out the plans for how we can buy the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, the RFBs, that will have the little voice that chirps to you so you can find it. And then it can say, once you push it, it'll say wait. And once it goes in the flash mode, it'll say the lights are flashing. And when it's done, it'll say wait again. So that's kind of how it's set up. And we're working on that to make sure we get that finalized.
Thank you. Andy? You need to unmute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I did get it unmuted finally. I actually spoke with somebody who, because it's a personal friend who's also a member of DAAC, and we had quite a conversation about this. And she was very, the DAAC had submitted a report, and they're fine with doing the roundabout as long as it meets a series of standards that they put forward, which Guilford was in part referring to. And her only concern was that they would not be able to see the 25% report and be able to comment on it and have their voices heard. And I said I would pass that along at some point to Paul. I didn't think it would be during the meeting, but I guess it now has been during the meeting. But I also appreciate that Alyssa essentially raised the same issue, even though it was not from source as mine was, from a member of the DAAC.
Okay. And Pat, liaison to DAAC.
Right, I haven't had to talk. The other people are doing a great job. I just want to say that one of the concerns of the DAAC has been the maintenance of audible signals. So my concern, since the town would be required to keep them in working condition, I'm trying to understand why the audible signal in Main Street, Amity Street, North and South Pleasant Street, why we no longer hear the chirping and things like that. Why is that not working? And it's not been working for a very long time, and it affects people's ability to use that intersection. And I'm concerned we have a way of loosening our maintenance standards once things are created. So I'm concerned about that.
Guilford?
It was working this week and last week. So usually what happens is sometimes you get there and you don't hear it because it's turned itself down, because the ambient noise around it turns itself down. It does turn itself down too in the early morning and during the nighttime around 1 or 2, I think, is when it turns itself down. And then, but it was working the last week and a half. It's been working, so I can have someone check it out.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes they do break. I mean, this is my public service announcement for tonight. You do not have to push. You do not have to kick. You do not have to beat on the button. All you have to do is make contact with your hand, and it feels your presence. Just because you're that great of a person, it will feel your presence, and it'll know you're there. So don't try to beat it up and break it. not supposed to be breakable, but they get broken quite a bit. And that's usually the one place we have problems with, is it just gets beaten up and broken, and then we have to buy a new one. But no, it's been working the last week and a half at least, because I've pushed it and talked and listened to it.
Okay.
Thanks for that public service announcement. Andy, I assume you've just left your hand up and you don't have any further comments. Okay. Are there any further comments? Then we're going to move up for a vote. We've already had the motion and the second, and we begin with Griesmer, and it's an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Abstain.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Abstain.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Abstain.
Shalini Balmilne.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Dumont.
Yes.
It is 10 in favor, none opposed, 3 abstentions, and none absent. We're going on to the next, which is a counselor-initiated proposal, and it's for the rezoning of parcel 14A to A33 from RG to BG. And it is the municipal parking lot on North Prospect Street behind CVS. Evan, Dorothy, or George, would either of you would one of you like to speak to this? Evan.
Yeah, I can start, and then hopefully George and Dorothy can add their input. So it was about a year and 4 months ago that we as a council heard or got a first look at the Destination Amherst plan, which involved 4 investments into downtown to support a dynamic and vibrant downtown, one of which was already underway, which was the Kendrick Park Playground, which if you've walked by recently, you'll see there's been quite a bit of progress. Another one we moved forward finally tonight, which was the renovation of the North Common. One of the other things that was presented to us as part of that presentation was a public-private partnership to provide a parking garage on the lot that we termed the CVS lot, the municipal parking lot on North Prospect Street next to the actual CVS parking lot. And that had been put on the back burner as we dealt with COVID. But given that we are now turning our focus back towards elements of the Destination Amherst plan, and given some of the concerns we've heard both from counselors and from the from residents about the loss of some of the parking spaces associated with the plan we approved for North Common, this seemed like a good time to return to that conversation about pursuing a public-private partnership for a parking structure at that lot. There's many things that has to happen in order for that to occur. The land first needs to be rezoned as articulated in the memo. Its current zoning wouldn't permit a parking structure at that site. The town would also need to execute an RFP to see if there's a developer interested in developing a parking structure there. And then of course, it would have to be go through the special permit process in front of the ZBA for it to be built. So there are many steps in order to make such a thing happen. This would be the first one, but this would be the starting point. And so this is to return to that conversation and to begin that process to see if the council is interested in moving in that direction and doing that first step of rezoning the lot. So rezoning the lot would not all of a sudden make a parking structure happen. It would just lay the groundwork and create that opportunity for us to then have further conversations and move that such a project along. So I'll turn it over to George and Dorothy if they want to speak to their support of it. There's a lot of information in the memo, but I'm assuming you all read it, so I don't want to repeat what was in the memo.
Thank you. George.
I just want to also connect it with the vision of the expanded and renovated Jones Library, that this structure would definitely serve what many of us hope will be a very attractive destination in the community, and then also the Amherst Cinema, which has long argued for increased parking. And so I'd just like to connect this initiative to those two very attractive and important destinations for our town.
Okay. Dorothy.
Well, one of the comments that Evan made in his memo was to do with the perception of parking. And other people, I think the consultants also made this. So a parking garage would in fact increase the perception. Yes, you can park in Amherst, so come on down and do things. And just to make sure that this is not a plan to kind of bail out the builders of the new large apartment buildings downtown, which has a no parking overlay. It would be mostly, not completely, but mostly public parking that would be accessible to all of us. And I did, when this was brought to my attention, I did some very preliminary discussion with the abutters. And what I found is that the people I spoke with have been thinking about this for years, have been expecting it for years, and they have many thoughtful comments on how to do so in a way which is not destructive of their neighborhood. So
Dorothy, I think you just froze. Did other people freeze or is it me?
I think it's just Dorothy,
Okay.
because everyone else is still moving.
Athena, can you be in touch with Dorothy?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll get to Dorothy's comments. I'm going to go ahead and ask Evan if you would like to read the motion and get a second, and then we'll come back. Well, no, we can't. We've completely lost her now, so we have to wait and see if we can get Dorothy back before we continue.
Make one plea before the motion is read?
Yes, that it not be a joint hearing.
That it not be required for jointness, because CRC is having, as chair of CRC, I am having a very difficult time getting quorums for Wednesday night, July and August meetings. So I would love to have the motion not require joint, just a plea.
Okay.
Before it's read.
I actually had already made that little notation, Mandy Jo, based on a previous conversation that we had. So I have it reading for hearings held no later. We're waiting for Dorothy to rejoin us.
I'm trying to reach her.
Kathy, you have a comment. You need to unmute.
Yes, it's a question as I read the memo for the authors of it. The wording uses commercial parking garage lot. Would this not be a public parking garage? Is it assumed that it would be, and I'm distinguishing, I think the Northampton one is a public parking garage as opposed to a commercial. So it's a question on what the intent would be.
mute your speaker, please. Fine.
Dorothy, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Oh, shoot.
Dorothy? Dorothy, can you hear us?
I don't know.
Dorothy, we can see you and we can hear you.
Oh, good.
Okay. Thank you.
This is just, so scary.
the computer died because I didn't have it plugged in, and Zoom consumes everything. So I switched computers, but everything's looking funny. Thank you for standing by. Thank you so much.
Okay. So Kathy, you were asking about whether or not this was a public or a private parking lot. Evan?
So to some extent, the rezoning would open the opportunity for either. Our zoning bylaw treats them the same in where they're allowed, although differently in how they're permitted. But I think our intention is for a public-private partnership. So that we would not be using public tax dollars to build a garage. And so the town would provide the land for a developer, but a developer would be the one putting up the money to build and then operate the garage itself. So it would be a private garage, but it would be a privately built and financed garage on public land, and that would be a way of getting a parking garage without having to invest taxpayer dollars in building it.
Would the revenues be private revenues, or would the town get revenues from the garage?
I think that would have to be a question when we get to what would be the next step, which would be developing an RFP and going through the procurement process of what are the parameters of such a public-private partnership.
This memo clearly the purpose is to just create the possibility that a garage can even be built there.
And I'm only asking because the words are commercial parking structure throughout land. I do understand, Evan, that you said they might be treated the same way, but a public structure to me is not the same as commercial. So is our motion is it agnostic on whether it's public or commercial?
It is, I will review it carefully, but I believe it's agnostic.
It's actually agnostic even for parking structure. The way it's worded is one could have an apartment building on that lot, right? I mean, it's just rezoning it is what I'm reading. It could become an apartment building, correct?
You are correct in that this is just the rezoning of that. But the town would retain control of the land, so it would only become an apartment building if the town decided they wanted an apartment building there.
Okay.
Mandy Jo?
Yes, thank you. And I know as a member of CRC, I'm going to have a little more time to explore this, but I was curious whether the proponents of this had thought about this or investigated it or have an answer to a few of them. They're similar. By proposing only to rezone the one lot, would that be considered spot zoning? Because in particular, the lots north and south are in RG. And the other then question related is there a reason you proposed only the one lot instead of the parking lot that is currently owned by CVS2, or in fact the entire block that is, I think there's 4 parcels there. Something owned by the church, the one owned by the town that is parking lot, the one owned, I think, by CVS or some entity related to CVS that is a parking lot, and then the Historical Society plot is also RG in that block. Had you considered proposing rezoning more than just the town of Amherst owned lot?
Good question. Evan?
I saw Dorothy has her hand up, so if she wanted to answer that, I would defer to her, but I can also.
Dorothy?
Well, in discussing the lot with some abutters, they pointed out that CVS drives very large trucks into that lot in order to supply its store. And so I discussed this with Evan, and I said, well, if we're going to take over that lot, does that mean that those big trucks would then try to be supplying CVS from the main street on North Pleasant? And he pointed out to me, no, the CVS lot would maintain, and that they would be able to use their lot. They would need to use their lot in order to have those trucks come in to supply the store. So that is why the proposal was only for the part that is owned by the town. So
Okay. Or
I just wanted to also add to that, that I think that because of zoning can be obviously a controversial thing, rezoning to BG obviously opens quite a bit of development opportunities for any parcel. But of course, by confining it to just the town-owned land, we still maintain control over what could be built there. But I think rezoning a private parcel from RG to BG and pretty dramatically opening up the density that could be built on some of that block, then it becomes a much bigger discussion. And I think community concerns would be larger. But I think that there is, I think the fact that the town owns the land can lower some of those concerns of the community about other things that could be built with the rezoning.
I'm going to go on to Alyssa.
I'm not implying that any of our counselor comments have done this, but I do want to crush a conspiracy theory that I know is already out in the world there, that somehow we were going to zone this lot so that what some people think of as a commercial developer, what I think of as a private developer, could just build a parking lot there for their tenants who live downtown. And we're going to retain control of the land, and I can't imagine we would ever have officials who would grant a permit for such a use. It's not expressly forbidden, as I understand it, by this language, but that's the kind of thing you have to work with in a zoning bylaw, is that you can't always figure out a way to prevent every possible bad thing people think might happen. But I can't imagine there would be a circumstance under which the town would own that land and say, sure, it's fine with us if only tenants can of our company can actually work there. So let's put that aside. And then the other thing I just wanted to ask about as this goes into its process is, I know that we had a very blue sky sort of conversation several years ago, before several of you were even engaged in town government, about the idea that that particular portion of the lot, in theory, could have this really creative solution where the food co-op is there, a couple of housing units are on the Prospect side, and the rest of it's a parking garage. Would that sort of amazing thing that I don't know that would ever happen, would that be possible under this zoning? And you don't have to answer that tonight, but it's the kind of possibility I would want to know later on in the process.
Pat.
Small question, that if the town is leasing the land, would we currently get income from the parking meters there? Would the lease cover the loss of that income, or would it be a 99-year lease for $1 the way Amherst College was going to do for us for our DPW land that didn't work out? I'm a little concerned about what our loss would be and what our gain would be financially.
Paul, you have your hand up to answer that question.
Sure. If the town decided that so the town owns the land, if the town decided it wanted to do something with the land, it could set the parameters that it wanted on the land to say no net loss in revenue or increase in revenue or whatever it is that it wants to do. So since the town owns the land, it would put an RFP out that had restrictions on it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If I could also,
I'm going to go on to other people, Kathy. I don't know if you still intend to have your hand up. Thank you. Darcy.
Yeah, I just have a list of questions here. How many floors are you considering in the parking garage, and what would be the net gain in parking spaces, considering, we'd lose the parking spaces that are under the building, and as a commercial parking structure, would it be likely to charge a different rate from a public parking structure? So that's another question. Have you looked at what the cost to the town would be of, if there's a lot more traffic coming into the lot and out of it, the types of traffic changes that we would need to make at the entrance and the exit? Would it affect parking on North Prospect because of the additional traffic that would have to travel down North Prospect? And lastly, did you consider making it BL instead of BG?
Okay, let's go with the first three questions, I think, to Paul.
Those are all questions that would be addressed through the RFP process in terms of, and the zoning will restrict the height and that type of thing. But since the town owns the land, it can control the disposition of that land, however the council would choose to do it.
Okay, and Evan, I believe we'll come to you for the other question about why this categorization of zoning.
Yeah, so that was addressed in the memo. There are 4 zoning districts that permit parking structures. The problem is, as you know from that lot, it's not a huge land area. And so in order for a lot to be, or our belief is that for a lot to be viable, for a parking structure to be viable on that lot, it will need to consume pretty much the entire lot. And so the BL, because it only permits 85% maximum lot coverage in the dimensional regulations, because it requires 20-foot front setbacks, 25-foot side and rear setbacks, the dimensional regulations essentially would limit a structure to too small an area of the parcel for it to likely be viable. And so I think only the BG provides dimensional regulations that could actually make a structure viable for that specific lot, even if other districts do permit parking structures.
Okay. All right, Darcy, yes?
Could I ask a follow-up?
Please.
I think most of us have had some kind of conversation with the bid about this idea sometime in the last couple of years. And the proposal that I heard was that it was going to be something quite modest, like a couple stories with, a lot of greenery around the borders to protect the abutters and a lot of other stuff like that. So I'm just wondering if that still sounds like the plan that you're talking about?
Paul?
So I know that's what the bid has said. We have not developed any plans from the town's point of view along those lines. So the first thing is to find out is if the council wants to rezone it to be able to be used for parking, and if so, then we would go develop the RFP if that's how we want to dispose of that property.
And in there, we would decide what we want.
Exactly.
And the bid may choose to bid on it. Someone else may choose to bid on it.
Mm-hmm.
Darcy?
Oh, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Shalini?
I was just curious, how many parking spots do we have right now? And if we know that, and otherwise in the future. And I just wanted to put it out there that in terms of like, if we are providing the land and let's say the bid is getting the developers or whoever's getting developers, I'm thinking, just to put it out there, that, when I think of the arrangement that Kohl's had with Beacon, so Kohl's provided the land and then Beacon built on it, but then Kohl's got the ground floor for retail. So even though we're providing the land, we can have some negotiation that we would get some revenue or something out of it, not just the land. So just that. And so many questions, but I think those are details. We're going to discuss them more at a later point. So I'll hold back.
Paul, you had your hand up?
There are 70 parking spaces there now. 70.
Okay. Dorothy?
I just want to mention something that I hope is true, that the abutters will play a role in this process, that it not just become the bid or us, the town council or the town. But as I say, I spoke to several abutters and they have been thinking about this going to happen for many years, but they have some very interesting ideas on how to make it work with their neighborhood. So are there any assurances that the abutters would have some role in this?
I'm going to mimic Paul and say that can be added into the RFP. Paul, anything further? No. Okay.
Well, if I could also just, and of course, at the end of this, they would still need to go through the ZBA special permit process, which would require a butter notification. And so there's at least one requirement for a butter input at the ZBA.
Steve Schreiber.
Yes, I don't think I've said anything all night, but I think maybe a difference is that typically when things come to the ZBA or the planning board, they're pretty cooked already. So I think that what I'm, hearing the request be that the abutters could get involved sooner, before the actual, before the project's that far that their influence is only, yes or no. So, and actually, I think Councilor Brewer was referring to a workshop that I think we're both at the same workshop 10 years ago or something like that, looking at the continuum from this particular lot all the way to the library is what I think it was about. And it was fascinating. But those sorts of workshops, I think, are really useful to, sort of get neighborhood input into get a common understanding what the goals are.
I'm going to go ahead and read the motion and look for a second. To refer the proposed rezoning of parcel 14A-33 from RG to BG to the Planning Board and the Community Resources Committee for hearings held no later than July 28th, 2021, and for a written recommendation and an explanation as to whether the proposed bylaw is not inconsistent with the master plan from the Planning Board to the Town Council and to the Community Resources Committee no later than 21 days after the hearings, and for the community hearings, and for the Community Resources Committee to send a written recommendation to the Town Council and to submit all material to the Governance, Organization, and Legislation Committee for review of clarity, consistency, and actionability within 60 days of the hearing held by the Community Resources Committee. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
Okay. Is there any further question or comment? Steve, you still have your hand up. Darcy?
I guess I'm interested in, I see this being kind of put out as a project that is not going to cost the town. But it does seem like there are a lot of different ways in which it will cost the town, even if we aren't paying for the building. So I just wonder if there's any more information about what people have looked into about what the additional cost would be.
Paul or Evan? I don't think so at this time. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? All right, then I'm going to begin with Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
No.
Shalini Bowman.
Aye.
Melissa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Darcy Dumont,
No.
and Lynn Griesmer is an aye. So the vote is 11 in favor, 2 opposed, no abstentions, and no absence. We've already done the approval of minutes, and so I'm going to quickly ask if there are any additional committee and or liaison reports. Mandy Jo.
Nothing new at this time. CRC will be discussing and deliberating on the 2 joint hearings that were held last week with the planning board. We will be deliberating tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. And so do you still see June 7th as a possible time by which we will be able to bring forth the moratorium vote? That's actually a question that has to go to George as well.
You can't bring a vote on the 7th because it needs to be heard at 2 different.
Right. I'm sorry for the first reading.
I can't answer that until after tomorrow's meeting.
Okay. All right.
The recommendation.
Kathy, elementary school building.
Yes, we got notice. We submitted our proposed choice for OPM, and we got notice that we got all the paperwork done correctly. So we are on our way to the June 7th OPM selection panel, which was really good news. We weren't sure that they would speed us through, and they did. So Steve, I haven't put that out to everyone, but it looks like we're on track, which is great news.
Excellent. Andy, finance.
The Finance Committee is so involved with so many things right now with the budget review and what we heard earlier and what we referred at the last meeting. But we have it all on our schedule and working through it. And we are still going to be trying to get you in the next Finance Committee report, which may not be timed to a meeting, a summary of our discussions around various departments so that we can more efficiently handle the report after we get to the recommendation stage. And we have 2 meetings scheduled for Thursday, including the one at 5:30, which is a joint meeting with the council to continue the discussion from earlier today, but on the financial impacts.
Great. Thank you. And GOL, George?
Just a quick update on the DAB. We are seeing more applicants, which is encouraging. And again, urge you all to continue to reach out to residents and ask them to apply. But I'm pretty confident we'll be able to declare the pool sufficient on June 2nd and be able to move ahead, making a recommendation for a potential council vote on June 28th. We're also doing the FinCom, and that will come. FinCom has 1 vacancy, and that will be coming a little bit sooner to the council. But again, please continue to encourage people to consider DAB.
And when do you expect FinCom to come to the council?
Good question.
June 7th or 21st?
The 21st.
Okay, got it. Thank you. TSO, Darcy.
Yes, we're meeting on Thursday at 7:30. We haven't met for a while. We're going to have a load of reappointments, I think, that we'll be looking at. And we are looking at some other stray issues. We're going to look at some background information about solid waste hauler options. We're going to look at the Triangle Street pedestrian accommodations, an update on that. And we're probably going to ask the town manager questions about the homelessness and unhoused residents working group charge. So That's about it. On June 10th, the hope is that we're going to hear from the DEP technical assistance person about her study of different waste hauler options.
Thank you. Any liaison reports? Okay. Any questions from the for the town manager? I'm sorry, Dorothy, liaison report? Please.
Yeah, just a brief one from the Council on Aging. They're still working on reorganizing their committees and their charges, and they're having some trouble with wording to do whether the word racism should be in the charge or not in the charge, and discussing the timing of possible retreat with Jennifer Moyeston's group. In other words, they're doing the same thing that all the committees are doing, working hard.
Got it. Okay, any other comments or things about liaison reports? Okay, we passed the minutes, so any questions of the town manager at this time? Alyssa.
I didn't know where to shove this in, but it actually is a follow-up on the GOL, and also for Paul's benefit as he's talking with our senator and representative, as Mandy, Joe, and I, and you are as well, Lynn. In terms of remote participation, yes, as Paul very carefully explained in his report, we default back to the previous remote participation effective June 15th. If the legislature isn't able to magically wave their wand and get something through that extends what the governor had done in terms of quorum and chair being present in person. But one of the frustrations associated with that, for example, is I had certainly been, when I was recruiting districting advisory board, everybody thought it was going to be remote meetings. And given that it's over the summer in Amherst and that people are starting to travel, it's going to definitely cut into people's ability to serve on this committee if a quorum has to be held in person. So it's just a perfect example of the fact that we are on this issue and we need to continue to be on this issue, because what's going to happen is we're going to have less participation, not more, when we go back to the old way of remote.
Okay. Thank you. Shalini.
Yes, I had a question about the town gown. Oh, wait, Paul has his hand up first.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is a question about town gown related question. So we hear from a lot of residents about UMass taking responsibility for housing for students. And my question was, who is speaking or having those conversations, and with who at UMass, to discuss possibilities of, just having this who's having this conversation with who at UMass?
Yeah, so if you're talking about the two developments, North Village and the new dorm at Lincoln and on Mass Ave, those are discussions. They're moving those forward. They update us periodically. The president and vice president have been included in some of those conversations. For the most part, any major presentation they give to us, they've been invited.
I guess it's more of, just even for the sake of clarity with the public, because we keep hearing UMass should build it and it's not our responsibility. So one is like, can we in any way engage with UMass, and with who in UMass is making these or can make these decisions about housing, and what sort of conversations can we have with them to see how lack of housing is impacting even maybe UMass faculty, or just like the two developments that they're doing is their initiative, but do we have any kind of negotiation power with UMass to even?
Yes, yes, we do have negotiation power, but it's not a whole heck of a lot. They claim that they have one of the highest percentages of housing students on campus as it is in the country. but clearly there is a need for housing for students in town and for faculty members, and they have a role to play in that. We had been having those conversations, but they sort of fell off the rails during COVID. To be honest, all of our conversations are every other. We have a meeting Thursday with the university about COVID. Hopefully, it'll be our last one on this topic, and we can shift to something else. But yeah, yes. So it can happen. It's not happening at this moment in time, I guess, is my answer to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mandy Jo.
I just want to follow up on what Alyssa was saying. As town manager, Paul, you have the authority to amend at least the town regulations, and I know they are slightly more strict than the state regulations, especially as it relates to how many meetings in a row someone can attend remotely. And so if the state legislature can't get remote meeting legislation through in time, I would suggest maybe reviewing that and thinking about some amendments to that, just to allow people a little more leeway, even as we go to a different sort of system of remote meetings.
If I can address that, Lynn.
Yes, please.
So I would like to address that and a couple other things. Just so yes, that's on the agenda. I mean, June 15th is our date that we go back to previous, unless we know otherwise. Another part of that is that June 1st, a week from tomorrow, we reopen Town Hall, and that will be we'll be back. We'll have a separate. We'll have the people coming in the Main Street entrance, and we'll just for the first couple of weeks we ease in the transition to offer people masks if they want it. They were going to require masks if you're walking around Town Hall, but by June 15th, I think it will be back to normal. Couple other things I want to mention was that we did get our bond rating renewed at AA+, and we did a borrowing, and our one borrowing was at 0.34%. That's less than 1% for borrowing, and another borrowing for $5 million was at 1.07% for a longer period of time. Excellent rates, excellent borrowing. So we're really pleased about that. You will see some construction happening downtown. We have a grant to redo crosswalks and the walkway that's adjacent to where the old Starbucks used to be. I forget the name of the business that's there now that has all these divots in it. So that will be redone as part of a ADA grant that we are able to achieve, and crosswalks like near Brugger's and a few other crosswalks to fix them up to be more ADA compatible. And lastly, Memorial Day is coming up on Monday. I talked with the veterans director. He has not put out anything yet. It's going to be very low key. They're not going to have any speakers. It's going to be a small memorial service to recognize those who have passed away in the past year. But there will be an event on Memorial Day, I think at 10 o'clock is his plan. But once I get that information, I will share it with the members of the town council. But they're not going to have a band or anything major this year purposely. And I just want to say finally, kudos to our health team for continuing the vaccination clinics, doing a terrific job. And I know members of the council did thank the health director last week, but I was hoping to get it in earlier, but it's about the same time as last week. So there we have it.
Right. Darcy?
Yeah, I just want to have a quick follow-up question to Shalini's question about UMass. And I'm just wondering if that big stretch of land on University Drive north of Amity is that's UMass land, I assume, and I'm wondering if there have been discussions ever of building on that land.
I have not heard them talk about that piece of land in particular. So I would say the answer to that is no. We have had discussions with them about the intersection at Amity and University Drive because that's outside their entrance of their property, but I believe that they should be a participant when we have to redo that intersection. But beyond that, they have not talked about redeveloping any of that other land.
Yeah, a lot of land there.
Mm-hmm.
Thought.
Thank you, Darcy. Any other questions of Paul? All right, then I have 3 items and then call on Paul for a 4th. First of all, I did not write a president's report. I will do that for June 7th. Second, I did send you a memo appointing people to the RFP Audit Committee. They're Pat DeAngelis, myself, Andy Steinberg, Holly Browser, and Athena O'Keefe. The last 2 were solicited from the town manager. And third, last Friday, we had a council meeting. We did not go into executive session. And the reason we did not go into executive session is because we had received notice that case number 21-2180-CV00043 Gray Carroll et al. Versus Sue Audette in her capacity as acting town clerk had been dismissed. And therefore, we did not have a basis to meet. And unless you have a basis to go into an executive session, you cannot go into executive session. So the reason for this dismissal, it was applied for by the plaintiffs and filed with the court. And Paul, do you have anything else you want to say about that or the Jones Library?
Yeah, just to, I mean, I know the council had carved out time to meet on first thing on Friday morning, but there was no basis for going in, which is what we explained. And that notice of withdrawal of the case came in. I didn't see it till Friday morning, quite honestly. So, it's with that information, we have subsequently signed the contract with the Mass Board of Library Commissioners. We have a signed contract with them now. And I've talked today with the library director about establishing the building committee. So we will continue to make progress on this project.
Are there any questions? Shalini?
So will we be able to get that advance money we were expecting this year?
They not in FY21, but in FY22.
In fact, at the beginning of FY22, so it's only by two months difference. Are there other questions? Future items for the agenda. Let me just mention what I have on for next time, and that is a hearing on the capital improvement program, potentially the moratorium building bylaw for the first reading, the 2 zoning items that we postponed from a meeting ago. That is the amendment to the zoning bylaw section 5.011, accessory dwelling units, and proposed changes to zoning bylaw section 3.3241 and Article 12, converted dwellings. And the Finance Committee will be able to give basically a report back on what the Finance Committee has been discussing with regard to the budget. And if they're ready, appointments for the ZBA and the Redistricting Advisory Board, although I believe we just moved Redistricting Advisory Board to the 28th. Are there other future agenda items? Shalini?
Were we going to have a discussion of the anti-racism training that we did?
I had actually hoped that we would do that again tonight, and really not in any shape to do that now. So I will move that again to June 7th. Okay. Would you like that as an item earlier in the evening? Like a discussion item? Maybe that would be the best time to do it.
Yes, please.
Okay. Are there other future agenda items? And so if not, then I'm going to, I'm sorry, Dorothy.
I just want to have a report of what the school system is going to do for summer makeup classes or whatever.
Okay.
Whenever, I don't know if, I don't mean it right now if you don't have it, but I'd like to know what they're going to do when they're going to do it.
Okay, we'll ask Paul to get a brief report from the school superintendent. Alyssa.
Can that brief report just be placed as part of the town manager report? I don't think that has any place on the town council's agenda.
I think that'd be fine. Any other comments, requests? Andy.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I was going to add is just to clarify what you said. I think under the charter, we don't have a hearing on the capital improvement program. I think it's specified in the charter to be a public forum.
Thank you. If that's the case, there'll be 2 posted meetings for next week. I mean, not next week. We're not meeting next week. June 7th. Okay. Anything else? All right, then I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 11:24.